Okay, instead, we shall start.
Yay!
Welcome to the Digital Twin Awareness event, sponsored by the Bentley Institute and COMIT projects. Here live online on the 22nd of September and also on demand into the future. For those future selves, I hope the world is in a slightly better state than it is currently now. With me this morning is Maria Govendaro.
Hello.
Working for Bentley Systems. She's responsible for the academic relationships within Europe and the schools worldwide. She's a civil engineer from Greece with a master's from the University of Cambridge. During her projects from Cambridge, she dived into the computer science world as her project was related to digital twins. So there's a couple of interesting facts about Maria. Is an event around the world, specifically to the Microsoft company, but also to the UK Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury in 2018. Pretty good stuff. And the fun fact about Maria is that she's a salsa teacher in Cambridge, UK. I had no idea, Maria. Very good.
You see, if we don't embarrass ourselves lively, Ian, what else can we do, right? And also, let me. Allow me, please, Ian, you introduced me very well, so it's also my turn to introduce you, not as well as you, but together with me is Ian Miskimin. He's the founder of the Digital Advancement Academy here at Bentley, because we work together, and we work together with Ian many times. He's lovely. He's as lovely as he seems, although you cannot see him. Also, he's the director of the Construction Operations and Maintenance Innovations Group, which is aka COMIT, who are also supporting this event, and thank you so much for that. His day-to-day work is something very simple, like advising governments, major projects and organizations about BIM and digital twins. So Ian has a very simple task, like advising governments and this kind of stuff. Also, he's supporting some of the most incredible projects and innovators around the world that maybe he will talk about us just a bit in the beginning. He's very passionate about increasing productivity, safety, and efficiency, but only through the digital innovation road. The interesting fact is that Ian has published 2 books, ladies and gentlemen. So one of them, to be honest, it's only one of them I have read. The other one, no. Sorry, Ian, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for that. One is about BIM, and the other one is historical. So I guess I haven't read the historical one. And also there is a third one that is coming out soon. It's about advancing your digital strategy using the 7 questions methodology. And a fun fact about Ian is that long time ago, I don't know how much long, he seems very young to me, he skydived into an active volcano on his birthday, when, of course, he was young and silly. Now he's old and very serious. Sorry about this, Ian. So here with me is Ian. Thank you all so much for joining this event. Ian will make the introduction. I would like to thank our presenters of today. And Ian, you can, I don't know, it's on your side. The road is on your side.
Thank you very much indeed, Maria. It's certainly a pleasure to be here this morning. What's been really nice is those projects and those people and the organisations that I've met through the Academy around the world. Most of them are represented here today through some incredible people that I have met, and they've agreed to come and speak today about their digital twins world, which is fantastic. So my digital journey started many years ago, and I think it's been a very interesting one. I've had some incredible opportunities very early on, getting involved in some of the UK digital standards as such, and then through the innovations world with COMIT, where we're trying to drag information and I suppose modernity into an industry which really sometimes can be quite laggardy. And having the opportunity to join the Crossrail team with the Crossrail Information Management Academy, helping to drive the BIM world across our contractors, and then through the UK BIM Task Group, helping the UK government, and then further forward in the academy. And I think what's really been one of the interesting things throughout all of that is that there are lots of different interpretations of BIM as it was and digital twins as it is now. And I think we can get very hung up on our own interpretation of something, which to me isn't helpful, because we've got to see everybody else's different interpretations of that digital twin world. You know, my interpretation is based on my experience, my needs, my wants, what drives me, and each organisation will have a different interpretation, a different perspective on that, because in the end, it's all about getting them to improve productivity, to improve safety, efficiency, carbon neutrality. And I would always ask the question, if you're not improving those things, why are you actually doing it? Because we're not doing it just to write or follow a standard, or to use or buy a bit of technology, or to follow a process. We do them for a real business need, and something that will support the economy, support the environment, support society. And if we can't get those things as our final goals, then we really aren't driving in the right direction. But as we move forward in all of this, we've got to learn a lot from each other. And I think I always find that when I do a session in the academy and I've got a group in there, great people, and I always learn from them. Every time I come away from an academy session where I'm supposed to be passing on knowledge, I learn so much from the people in the room. Whether it's their way of doing something, new processes, standards they're using, how they're achieving safety or neutrality with carbon. Every day is a learning day. And when we stop learning, we stop moving forward. We've really got to make sure that we drive ourselves into the next generation with the proper frame of mind. And that's one of learning. So today, I wanted to give you a few little rules of engagement, run through the agenda, and bits and bobs as we go. So Maria, can you bring up the agenda for us?
Of course. Just give me a moment. And here it is.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. So it's a very relaxed day. As you can see,
relaxed for you.
We've practiced so many times, and we knew exactly what we were doing with all the technology, which is always the way. So the agenda is really good. We've got some incredible people in here, some that I've met through my work in the academy, some I haven't, some I'm really excited to listen in to a lot of these, and I'm sure you will as well. But what you notice is we've got very few breaks in there because there's so much awesome stuff that we want to fit in there. So we've got two 15-minute breaks within the agenda, but of course this is online, so if you need to jump out and then come back in, if you need to recharge your beer or your gin glass or your cup of tea, then please do so. However you want to do this, please come and go as you want. Questions. I know you're going to have plenty of questions because I'm going to have plenty of questions, and I like to ask the silly questions, which I'm sure I will ask the stupid ones, and Maria, who's the person with all the letters after her name and the qualifications, she'll be asking the intelligent questions, but I don't do clever questions, I'm afraid. But you will have questions you'd like to ask. Please do put them into the Q&A session. There should be a button, I think it's somewhere on your panel, that will have your question answers. Do put them in there, and what I will do is I will read your questions during the presentation, and then I will ask them on your behalf. If you don't think I've worded them quite correctly, do please come up on the chat and tell me that I've worded it incorrectly, and we'll go from there. Also the chat window. So this is really an interesting world we live in. We can't sit in on a big presentation in a room, and what frustratingly about that is we don't get a chance to network with the people next to us. So during a presentation, I would normally probably turn to the person next to me and go, "Oh, that's a really good point," or "My experience is slightly different," and tell the person next to me, "That's what my experience is." I want you to use the chat window like that during it. So if you've got an experience which is similar to the person presenting, or a different experience similar to the point that the presenter is making, please come up on the chat. Use it as your ability to network during this event and share more knowledge so we can learn from your experiences as well as you learning from the team here. So yeah, please do use the chat as much as you can, and we'll try to make sure that all your questions go answered. So a really good lineup. I think we've got a few minutes to go. I'm going to get Nabil to drag his slides up on the screen, and I shall hand you over to Maria, who's going to introduce our first speaker. Maria, over to you.
Yes. I hope you can still see my screen. No, you cannot, because accidentally I turned it off. So today we have Dr. Nabil Abou-Rahme. He's our colleague. He's a Global Research Officer from Bentley Systems. Thank you so much, Nabil, for joining us today as a speaker. He's focusing on the development of digital twin demonstrations in a digital city context. This is achieved through a combination of strategic university partnerships, in-house development work, and participation in selected funding calls, as very well known. An interesting fact is that Nabil is not just Nabil for me, it's Dr. Nabil Abou-Rahme. He has a PhD in Bayesian statistics from the University of Southampton, a Master of Science in Transport Studies from UCL, University College London, a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Imperial College London, and a general management certificate from Roffey Park. Today, a fun fact also about Nabil is please don't get him started on hyper Bitcoin coinization. Sorry, Nabil, you can say it once more, please. I'm Greek, I have to admit that. And also today,
Bitcoinization, yes.
Thank you, Nabil. Thank you. And today I have always struggled with this word. And today he will talk about how the Bentley Systems commitment to normalizing the development and the use of digital twins, and how a corporate research and innovation function can help progress towards digital maturity. So Nabil, I'm stopping sharing and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria, for that introduction. I'm slightly more casual than in my profile photo, but looking forward to enjoying the day and learning with you all as we go through. So hopefully you can see my blank slide and my title slide now. So the purpose of my talk is to focus on, I suppose, this normalization of digital twins, Bentley's commitment to it, and how our research and innovation function within Bentley contributes to that process. So we'll describe a little bit about the things that we do. And I'm very pleased that as part of the program today, we also have speakers from two of our partner universities, from Cambridge University and from Kaunas University of Technology. So in a way, I don't need to go too deep into the specific university collaborations, because you're going to hear from those partnerships perspectives throughout the day. If I just introduce Bentley Systems briefly, Bentley is a software and solutions provider. We provide solutions for project delivery and asset performance across the full asset lifecycle. Our mission is to provide this software and service for enterprises and professionals who design, build and operate the world's infrastructure, sustaining the global economy and environment for improved quality of life. So you've got some important themes there which govern our vision when it comes to digital twin implementation and infrastructure. the whole area of resilience, sustainability, and quality of life. You can see there the different sectors that we would operate in and provide services to, whether that's, as I say, design or project delivery, asset management, increasingly looking at modeling the performance and the dynamic modeling within those sectors. And when all those sectors come together, of course, you have something akin to a city environment where all the different layers of infrastructure come together for human and economic productivity purposes. So one of the things we said there was about normalization. Now, we've been following that journey through development of design, through to construction, enabling software, through to asset management, through digital twins, and you can describe it almost as a linear progression, a journey through change. But normalization is an interesting word. I typed in the word new normal into Google and just looked at what came up, and as you can imagine, very current. New normal is all about the pandemic. It's all about the changes that are coming in there. I think more than half of the images there have to do with the current crisis that we're facing globally. And it's a reminder to us that there are seasons when things progress in a linear fashion and seasons when things happen abruptly. And big change happens suddenly, incrementally. It begins slowly, but then the visible impact of it can come suddenly. And we've been, not just our industry, but many industries for years have been grappling with this question of digitization, moving to digital platforms, digital first, working from home, being online companies first, etc., etc. And many drag their heels. You have this sort of curve of adoption where you have early adopters, middle experimenting with it, and others who don't want it all. And then suddenly a disruption comes and all of a sudden this becomes essential. Now everybody's grappling to get their Teams account sorted out, upgrading their Zoom if they never heard of Zoom before, finding new ways to interact. And as Ian nicely explained to us earlier, even rethinking the whole experience. You don't just move something into digital space, it's rethinking that whole experience. How do I achieve the same outcome with this digital tools that I have available? And some of those things can be straightforward, repeating what we already had, but some of them can be new possibilities, like the global interactions we can have now, ability to record, the ability to interact with live Q&A, and so on. So normalization is when things are steady state, there's a reluctance perhaps to move off perfectly good status quo and wonder why you would bother moving forward, except if you have a real vision for future and progress. But when disruptions happen, suddenly then the digital possibilities become very exciting. The promise of the innovation suddenly becomes a necessity. And I believe that's happening now with digital twins. We have been for a couple of years promoting the potential of them, the possibilities, the opportunities, the value, the excitement. And it's always been a positive pull. But now increasingly with a drive and a focus on resilience, the climate crisis bringing about more focus on sustainability, the pressure on costs, the need to operate, the need to collaborate more widely in order to get things done, because we live in a world where we're understanding more the systems complexity. We can't just do things in isolation. We need to work with other parts of the supply chain. Governments need to work with other government agencies, with other governments around the world. That this promise of decentralization and convergence and federation of data suddenly starts to become less of a promising, interesting thing and more of a necessity in order to be able to just to keep up and to move forward with what we want to do. So very briefly, what is a digital twin? The digital twin is you begin with a physical asset. We're all familiar with the digital asset, and we want to digitize and replicate as many aspects of that physical asset, and that involves quite a bit of unpacking and thinking. What makes that physical asset up? The engineering drawings, the specs, the documents, the models, some of the geotech information, all of that is an aspect of that physical asset. It's a way of describing that physical asset. The visual elements of it, the scans, the perspectives, the dimensionality. There is an operational aspect to it as well. It changes over time. So the IoT feeds, the sensors, the drones, cameras, point clouds, all of that is another way of describing the building at different points in time, or the asset itself, whether it's a water network or a road network, whatever it might be, it has this changing aspect to it as well. And there is other meta information too, things that happen in and around that asset, that the interactions with it, the changes that are made, observations, other data that maybe is subjective but sits, or objective and sits around the asset itself. Bring all of that into an environment where that data can be organized and shared and manipulated in different ways for different benefits and different outcomes. Then we need to have a look inside that data. So then on the other side of the digital twin, obviously to be able to interrogate and explore that environment, whether it's the 3D or XR immersive visualization to come inside the 3D model, look around, find the different data sets, that brings the data a step closer to the way that we would interact as human beings, immersing ourselves in the data set rather than looking at it from outside. The 4D timeline allows the movement to track the changes, to get a sense of time and progression. And increasingly, we see the opportunity to be able to deploy different algorithms, to be able to explore and look for patterns and trends, connections, early warnings, alerts, and so on within that environment. And of course, you have that as a process. It's very important to have it in place. The shift comes when we start to think digital first, when we go into the digital twin to think about the changes that we might want to make in the physical world. So then modeling becomes more important, and not just the modeling of different scenarios, but also dynamic and microsimulation modeling, and being able to use the digital twin as the baseline for that. And within Bentley, we have certain modeling capabilities for pedestrian and for vehicles, which are also part of the, and also for water network operations, that also become part of that digital twin environment. So I mentioned before that it's in a city's context. Why? Because all of the different infrastructures converge in the city environment. The city could be a district or a micro city, but when we think about the pull of cities, the trend is clear. As a mega trend, migration of population into cities from the 1950s, 750 million living in cities worldwide, to 2018, 2020, more than half of the world's population living in cities, and projected to continue. That may change due to a number of black swan or unknown events in the future. Nobody can predict the future certainly with certainty, but clearly the trend is in that direction. So when we come to think about the city, we think about the data, the digital twin aspect. There are many different data layers in many different contexts, and many of those are owned by different agencies, different groups, public, private sector. But the vision for the smart city, the digital city, is that data is curated, maintained in an open and accessible way, which many cities are leading on in different ways, and being able to bring that together and federate it according to different standards and share in order to be able to understand not just the impact and performance of the asset that we're specifically interested in at a point in time, but also its interactions and its systematic interaction with others. So then we look through the lens of the digital world in order to see the digital city, and that gives us new insights. The bridge between the physical and the virtual. Having that data updated means that we are then able to bring different stakeholders together in order to explore. And that can be as early in the planning and the consultation stage of urban design, master planning, all the way through to the specific interactions within the construction, the design and construction process, or interventions needed at the asset. And even at the other end of the asset scale, to do with decommissioning and potential replacement and recycling of particular component. So I've covered those modes well, so I won't labour these slides now, but just to emphasise the importance of digital city context. So digital twins in a digital city context, we have over the years developed many case studies and examples with our users through commercial projects and implementations worldwide. But increasingly, the research and innovation group has been involved in creating demonstrator projects for the purpose of exploring questions that go outside the normal project brief. And so a good example of that, right in the top corner there, you can see little snapshots of the Institute for Manufacturing facility in West Cambridge, Cambridge University, and the results of demonstrator project we developed together with other partners, Cambridge University, TopCon and other partners, to show the possibilities that would come from rendering the campus in the digital twin in this way, and in connecting not just the asset information, but also the location of sensors, and being able to feed the sensor data back into the model so that in an immersive way that could be explored. And we've taken that on board. You can see lots of other examples there of pedestrian simulation, traffic, construction, flood modeling, etc., etc. Lots of different individual instances, and then this exciting challenge to be able to bring them together and look at interactions between them. So we're looking for that increasingly from our university partnerships. I think you've seen various glimpses of this before, but this is just a very quick overview of the Cambridge example, where the ability to look around at the campus, to move into the facility building, to go into a particular context there and move around. This has all been done through rendering, and then we find the actual asset that we're interested in, the pump, and the ability then, as I fast forward through that, to isolate, select the pump, and then look at the asset information. And of course, within the particular asset-wise facility there, it allows for prediction and instructions to be sent out to the relevant people who might be responsible for taking action as a result. So we showed there through that example possibilities of what could be done. However, the data was the important thing, and one of the important learnings from that project was that data shouldn't be kept captive within particular environments, because clearly if somebody else wants to look at and explore it, then they would need to enter into and have access to, you know, this particular area of Bentley's software suite. And when you want to have multiple stakeholders involved, that isn't a sustainable approach. So we started, Bentley moved forward with its iModel environment. The iModel hub is a place to be able to bring all the data together in different stages and allow different stakeholders to access it and to share that information out, the latest synchronized version of the truth, out to different people who want to explore it. And the innovation last year was the inclusion of an open source node, iModel.js, which is something you can look at on GitHub and download and explore for yourself. And it has different applications developed in JavaScript that can be used and modified, and that you can take and build yourself in order to be able to explore the data sets and build new applications. If you want to do a particular kind of analytics yourself that isn't available, you can go in using the iModel environment and use those open source tools to build out. And if your tools are good enough, they can then be made available for others to build on as well. So moving out from an application-centric and asset-centric to asset and data-centric, and with open source then making that possibility for others to come and get involved a step closer to reality. Now, I talked about how Bentley works with 3 different areas of research collaboration in order to build these demonstrator projects and to promote the learning. So an organization, if you look at Peter Senge's model with the 5th discipline, it talks about the system of systems within an organization. Bentley, like any other, is a combination of its business ecosystems. There is networks and teams of people involved in knowledge creation, new knowledge and technologies, and also then in innovation, which is the exploitation of that knowledge to create new products and services for the future. So you can see the progression there clockwise through the TRL scale from early TRL, mid TRL and late TRL implementation. Within the university environment for Bentley, there are possibly some 25,000 universities worldwide. Maria has a role in connecting with some 2,000 of those universities in servicing the day-to-day engagements with Bentley's Academic Select license and our software and implementation in education and other applications. My role as the Global Research Officer for the company is to focus in on a small number of strategic partnerships with a view to delivering some of these objectives around developing the digital twin demonstrators. And so this isn't to be laboured today, but we look for partners with a strong applied reputation, collaborative models for engaging with government, industry and other networks, connection or common purpose with our users or corporate partners. This is becoming increasingly important, a partner that understands digital twins and has appetite to invest in city demonstrator projects, having some skin in the game as a university partner with us. It means to apply the research capability back onto that data set that we're evolving and developing together. And these are more generic ones, not for this audience, but the geographical alignment comes into play as well. So within Europe, which is probably of more interest in today's agenda, we have 4 primary strategic partners. These are well-established relationships that have been built up over the last 3 to 5 years, some of them spanning longer. On the left-hand side, which I'll mention a little bit more later on, is Kaunas Technology University in Lithuania, and particularly our relationship with the Centre for Smart Cities and Infrastructure. And then within the UK, with University College London, University of Cambridge and Imperial College London, arguably among the front runners for civil and construction engineering, not just in Europe, but potentially competing on the global top 10s as well. So we have built relationships with these. They have different flavors about them. Some are more decentralized, looking at the diversity of things the university has to offer. We're part of the blockchain consortium with the University College, for example, which is another aspect to challenge the whole area of information exchange and potentially even turn the digital twin model upside down. That's not for today. With Cambridge, we have a long-standing commitment to the Future Infrastructure Programme, the CDT, which is all about doctoral research on resilience. Imperial College, again with the systems engineering aspect, and with Kaunas looking more about the development of these digital twin demonstrators. So I won't steal any of Professor Jurelionis's thunder from later on, but hopefully you'll be hearing about some of the work that Kaunas is doing with Bentley and other partners in capturing the various aspects of the city. This is a glimpse of the old city here, represented in one of our facilities, Open Cities Planner, and bringing that model to life and bringing different federated data sets together. So a very quick snapshot here. Again, I'm not going to go into the detail because that will come out later. But what we did with Cambridge University was one example of creating a reality mesh, the 3D model, and bringing the assets and the sensors into that environment. So what we're doing with Kaunas is another take on that with different combinations of tools, again, focusing on the data and the data sets and making that data as open as possible so that more partners can come and get involved. We'll start to see it as a mini data warehouse or a marketplace. That's another good discussion as well. Should we move towards data warehouses or data marketplaces? With a marketplace, you have the idea of bringing your own data to the table and then sharing it in an open manner, and then being able to benefit from access to all the other data that's already there. So a sort of communal and collective approach to increasing value for all concerned. So we have our partnerships in Europe. Bentley's footprint is global, and so over the coming year we will be expanding to strengthen a number of US, North American relationships, so US, Canada initially, and possibly on a slightly later timescale towards the end of 21, early 22, we will be revisiting again our Southeast Asia and potentially Australia and New Zealand relationships as well. Again, looking for universities that are already pioneering the way in digital twin applications and looking to build partnerships with them for these demonstrators. I'm running up against it for time now, so I just indicate here that the PhD themes evolve over time, so we keep an eye on that as well to make sure that the kind of things we're focusing on are forward-looking. Our next current tranche of PhDs are all focused on energy performance and sustainability. We have a lot of other ad hoc collaborations where we support research and generate knowledge. We've had a very full lineup of research seminars. You can see some of the themes that come out there. Digital twins for city infrastructure, improving infrastructure health. Hot off the press, we've just delivered the 2020 research seminars. And again, you see the themes here of resilient infrastructure using AI, digital twins for power distribution systems, And throughout 2020's seminars, we started to explore more carefully this idea of the interoperability between different infrastructure sectors and the importance of getting that dynamic right, mapping the relationships between them, not just the individual. And of course, all those relationships allow us to have a clearer view of the future, and I hope to strengthen and consolidate that much more with better forums for our different knowledge partners, so we all learn from each other. So that research office is an important building block. I'll just mention two more building blocks that are important. We do engage in large funding responses to funding calls. We're very selective about those. We've spent a long time building up to and securing one with the NRF in Singapore, collaborating with the Public Utilities Board on this massive project to do with smart water grid anomaly detection. And that is looking at moving some of the early methods that were developed as low TRL seed funding, working with the PUB in order to move that forward into more commercialized applications that the PUB can then use as business as usual, and we can take forward as seeds for more product research. But over the coming year, we'll be looking again at whether we expand within that program or whether we look again at other programs. We're not doing ad hoc rapid fire, but we are looking to focus in on one or two programs that really align with our vision and objectives and look for partners to work with them. So you've got the research collaborations, the innovation programs, and then lastly, the development within Bentley of a research developer team. So this is bringing together our research-minded developers and helping us move, I suppose, from this network of collaboration, academic partnerships and research, and moving more towards, I guess, where our executives would like to see R&D within the company, which is more about more direct design thinking, road mapping, pulling, I suppose, the direction of travel for the product lines, as well as working with our users to challenge and to learn about trends in the marketplace. So there are different ways to get there. This is one way of representing the matrix from HBR, but there are many others that tell the same story through a much more dynamic sort of skunk works, hackathons, innovation, challenge-led approach, or through a more methodical gateway-based VC backing of different potentially promising product innovations that come through from those demonstrators. We are still evaluating what mix of approach to have for that, but certainly to move out from the research into that sustainable innovation is important. So again, for a longer presentation, I will do a bit more of an exploration here about the interplay between Horizon 1, Horizon 2, Horizon 3, and why each are necessary, and why complacency in one area is unadvised. But when you're working with different innovations, there has to be a degree of flexibility. So you might try certain things, an application of digital twin that you find this combination worked really well, but it didn't, the data standards weren't appropriate, or the pace of processing was slow. You need to be able to move quickly from one side of innovation to another and be guided by the future aspiration and the goals of that project, and to be aware of new things that are coming down the line and have the flexibility. As I mentioned, blockchain technologies are coming to a point of maturity now. They've had their period at the top of the hype curve. They've gone down to the bottom, and you know, a lot of development in the background, enterprise blockchains coming through as ways of developing, sharing information securely and in a decentralized manner. What role do they have to play? They had to keep that openness for being able to evolve the tension between Horizon 2 and Horizon 3. So within the organization, then getting that bridge between the energized ideas that come from externally and internally, and the dynamic that we have within the organization on this sort of sprint planning side of rapid development, being able to span that gap between the two and have a more of an innovation cycle that allows you to explore that more carefully with the developer team. So effectively, that's Bentley's R&D corporate function, strong on the left, increasing in the middle, and emerging on the right, and allowing us as an organization to move forward through different stages of digital maturity, and also to continue to support others as they go through the same. So in terms of normalization, there's things that we're doing with the demonstrator projects, but the industry and the sector is not standing still. Different users are going ahead and innovating within the context of their own challenges, looking at different projects that they're doing, finding new applications. And the year infrastructure this year, as it is every year, the infrastructure awards that we do are an excellent opportunity to see, because they are industry-led, to look at all the different innovations that come out, the different ways in which people are implementing digital twins. So the Year in Infrastructure Yearbook from 2019 is an excellent manual snapshot of the state of the art of 2019, and in a few weeks' time we will be writing in real time the snapshot of 2020 and the state of the art. So that's well worth having a look at. yii.bentley.com, registering. It's a redesigned digital experience worth getting along to and becoming a part of, and taking a snapshot there of state-of-the-art examples. So that brings me to the end of the talk, and hopefully that's given you a snapshot of Bentley's commitment to digital twins, what we're doing to promote the normalization of it as we can, doing our part in that bigger picture, and also how the R&D function then, through a widespread network of collaboration and responding to funding calls, is helping to build this portfolio of demonstrator projects to shine a light on the future.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabil. That was very interesting indeed. We've got only about 2 minutes, I'm afraid to say, for some questions, and there were some very important questions there. You should be able to see the questions in the published Q&A part. So if you can, if we don't get those questions answered now, if you can go into the Q&A bit and answer them via your me on the big screen. Hello all. But yes, if you've got an opportunity there, if you can answer the questions on the chat window there. So we've got time for a few ones here. So the first question that came in was, how was the data structured and what information did you capture? And that came in around about 15 minutes ago whilst your presentation was going. So I'm not sure precisely what was being asked at the time.
So on the project-specific matters, I'm happy to get back individually. The data itself for the image capture would have been point cloud information and reality modeling, so it would have been a combination of image and location data. The sensor data would have been coming from the servers that would have been using that data, and we just, in terms of structuring it, you can access the data in its native format and manipulate it. So there's a minimal amount of pre-processing needed if you build the right tools. In terms of sustainability, I think then that the idea of coming out of the tools themselves and coming into the iModel environment and focusing much more on data puts the responsibility back on curation of data according to open standards, and the data owners to look after the future accessibility and sustainability of that. And I think that's a universal trend wherever you go, the importance of having good data ownership as well as making them open to be able to share with others, and keeping an eye on the current and emerging standards of the day. So Bentley is not looking to rewrite those standards necessarily or to create something new in that sense. We're creating the platform in which the collaboration can take place and providing the analytical tools. And of course, we keep our experts remain up to date on developments in standards so they can make sure that our tools provide the maximum access to that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Nabil. What we're going to have to do now is we're going to have to move on to the next presentation.
Okay, shall we ask one more question, or we don't have any more time?
I think the key thing here is that we keep things moving. Right?
Okay. Okay.
But if I can get Nabil to look at those questions in the chat window, the question answer window, and get back to those. We will have a bit more time shortly, which would be good. I'm just going to try and cue this up. So Nabil, if you can turn your camera off briefly for me. There we go. Then I can now add that in there, and then also if you can, I think got that. Can we now? I'm trying to find a way of sharing these things. So my pleasure now is to introduce Dr. Vinay Is it Jammu? I presume you're.
That is correct.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. If you can share your screen now, that will be very handy, and then I will queue up those presentations and get them in front. There we go. So we're just trying a new way of doing something to get, hopefully, both the camera and the slide on the screen at the same time. I'm hoping that's what we've been able to do. Excellent. I think we've actually got success. It's amazing.
Finally.
I think that the key thing with all of this is never work live with children, animals, or technology. Just, it'll never work. So I need to introduce you now. So Dr. Vinay Jammu is the VP for Physical and Digital Technologies for General Electric Digital Organisation. They're based at the John F. Welch Technology Organisation in Bangalore, and he's responsible for the strategy and execution of domain-based analytics and software to differentiate General Electric's industrial internet solutions. Before this role, Vinay was the technology director for software and analytics at the GE Research, and he spent 23 years driving physical and digital technologies. So an interesting fact about him, he obtained his doctoral degree from the University of Massachusetts in 1996 in mechanical engineering with specialization in applications of artificial intelligence for machine diagnosis. And that's pretty cool. That's very impressive, sir. Very impressive indeed. And today he's going to talk about digital transformation with digital twins. This talk will focus on digital twin technologies in GE and what they're driving for digital transformation of industries to improve efficiencies of industrial assets by bringing together sensing, monitoring, control, prognostics and optimization. And I think those are real key things when we see the differences between what we had in the BIM world and the digital twin world. The interaction between the two is so important. So this live personalized learning models of different assets that assist in improved decision making related to operation and maintenance of the assets. For example, digital twin models of turbine systems in GE 90 engine are used to optimize maintenance, saving tens of millions of dollars in unnecessary overhauls. It's certainly one of those things that I bring up in academy presentations quite regularly, is the example of how you can do better with these engines, and it's great to see this example there today. So GE is building Predix platform where templates of these solutions are provided so partners and customers can use these services to build their own digital strategy. Fantastic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ian. So thank you very much, everyone, for this opportunity to speak to you about the work we're really doing in GE. So my talk will focus primarily on digital transformation. What is digital transformation? What's really happening in the industry today, the past 10-20 years, and where do digital twins play a role, and how in the company in GE we've been using them. That's what my focus will be. So digital transformation. So this is a story we link to what's happening in the broader economy, broader world today. So when you look at 2000 and 2010, that decade, you see these big industries, right? Apple making big inroads into music industry, Amazon starting off in 1997-98 in the retail industry, and Google started off in the search industry but ended up disrupting advertisement industry. Now this decade, this actually is continuing, where we now have Airbnb. Airbnb, last we looked, was $20 billion worth. Maybe it has come down now, but it owns no real estate. It's the largest hotel company in the world without owning any real estate. Apple created a consumer app economy. They make very few apps, but through their app economy system, they charge a little bit to everybody, and then they make tons of money. And that has obviously flourished significantly with the app economy. And Uber don't own many taxis, but they are the largest taxi company in the world today, all impacted, of course, by Corona and COVID situation. But when you look at these industries and what has happened the past couple of decades, these industries have transformed significantly. Right, when we used to think about when buying music, right, we used to buy music, but they were coming in first tapes, then they were coming in CDs. You'd have to buy 7 or 10 songs at a time. They would cost $10 or $20 depending on when you buy them. Retail industry is the same thing. Ad industry is another example where companies used to pay millions of dollars for an advertisement campaign. Now the ad industry is transformed into where you click, and then whenever you click, you get to pay a cent, and that's it. It went from hundreds of millions of dollars to a cent. Same thing with Uber. Trying to get a taxi before the time of Uber was you had to go call a company that would, a taxi company, and they would schedule a taxi pickup for you. Say, okay, 12 o'clock, I want a taxi. The taxi would appear. But now you could be anywhere in the world where Uber is servicing, and then you open your cell phone, and with a click of a couple of buttons, you can have a taxi right in front of you within a matter of minutes. So what's happened in here is these all industries have been transformed in the matter of past 20 years. They went from being less digital to more digital. And by removing all intermediate services, they've taken the demand, which is basically users, and supply, which is basically these companies providing services, and collapsed them by connecting them together through digital. And that has significantly improved these industries and the services we as users get. So in the digital transformation, when we talk about this digital transformation is this, where there is a dramatic and a significant step change in the services without really the cost of that services going up. In fact, the cost of the services comes down dramatically. So that's the broader term of digital transformation. This is very apparent when you think about consumer industries like these that are listed here. Now, where does digital twin play into this digital transformation? So let me deep dive a little bit more and take one of the examples and try to illustrate a digital twin connection to digital transformation. When Amazon, I take there are 3 companies here, but I'll take Amazon as an example. Amazon started off selling books in 96, 97. Jeff Bezos said that's where he wanted to start off with. When they did that, they would basically sell any books online to anybody who would actually go purchase it online. So they would do what is called, they would sell their books based on what's called demography based. Demography based means I know this is a lady, 25 to 34 years of age, income $70,000. That's the information I knew. However, as people started interacting on the platform, we got to get more information, right? We got to get information such as this lady lives, parents live 600 miles away. How do you know? Because she's been sending some anniversary gifts or things like that to her parents. She had a first child. Previously, she was just buying certain kinds of goods. Now she started buying a lot more children-related goods, such as diapers. Now I have an estimate of how much she spends roughly on a monthly basis because I'm tracking this lady. So with the advent of online tools, we started interacting with the tools. In doing so, we started providing more and more information to these tools. Using this, these companies have started building what is called psychographic models. Psychographic models are models of one. They are model of your intent. What do you intend to do next is what they're trying to predict, and obviously provide you services based on what you intend to do. So once they got the psychographic model, they got the data, they built a psychographic model, and then they started changing the business outcomes. Previously, they used to sell per segments, like people in the north versus south, women versus men, children versus adults, and so on. To now I can build a model of one, and this lady recently had a baby. So she's buying a lot of diapers, but why don't I sell her also a camera? He said, it looks like you haven't never bought a camera. 63% of the parents in the first 3 months buy a camera. The reason is they want to record the precious moments of the baby. Don't you want to do that? And by the way, here are the top 3 cameras they buy, and this camera is the one that is a 30% sale. Don't you want to keep the milk warm? Don't you want the keep the baby warm? And so on and so forth. You started pushing more based on the profiling and prediction. You used the psychographic model and started pushing more and more products that are more relevant to the customers. And they obviously liked it and started selling, buying more stuff, and hence their usage increased. And then this became a cycle. I started using the tools more and I gave more information. My model became better. It gave better recommendations and it became a cycle. So this is how Amazon expanded from selling books initially to selling everything, to selling not only everything, but selling inventory space. They started selling other people's stuff. Then they went into Amazon Kindle, Amazon Fire, and then in 2007, they opened up Amazon Web Services. Today, Amazon Web Services crossed $20 billion in revenue within a matter of 10 years. So what has happened is they started understanding customers who are using the platform, built models. Based on what their understanding of the model, started selling different services. And then from there, they went into transformation and expansion. They went from books all the way to whatever they are doing right now, and they're continuously expanding. So the foundation of all of this is the psychographic models, where the consumers have been modeled as digital twins. And using that, they try to get outcomes. Everybody's starting to do that. Uber does the same thing. Any online company today, including Tesla, for example, does the same. They learn from your driving patterns, and then they try to give you better suggestions on how to get to your destination better. So that's the core concept here. So this has been used to drive transformation for the consumer side of things. What we at GE are trying to do is, can you do the same for digital side of the digital transformation for the industrial side of things? So how would this work for the industrial side of things? So for a long time, GE has a monitoring and diagnostic center where we collect information about our equipment, be it gas turbines, wind turbines, jet engines, and so on. We collect from around the world. Most of the maintenance activity, service activity was based on time-based. You would maintain them every 2 to 3 years, for example. However, with the advent of platform and the collection of data, now we know that this specific engine is flying Singapore to London, like for example. It's been serviced 2.6 years ago. The last inspection I did is actually looking pretty good. This distress ranking is very low. I also know it is flying 80% between coastal airports. Its temperatures are very low. So things are looking good for this engine. So why do I really need to maintain it every 2 to 3 years? Maybe I can do this 4 years, every 4 years. So what we have started doing was using this data that we get from each of these engines, started to build personalized models of these engines. That's the model of one, right? The per asset, per flight models. Now using this, we started driving change, right? The business outcomes. Previously, we used to do fleet-based maintenance management services. Now we are doing maintenance and management on a per asset basis, per asset, per failure mode, per engine basis. And I'll give you more examples of that. And once you understand this, you understand better what's happening with your customers. Like for example, customers in Europe may need a different kind of service versus customers in Asia. Power plants that are coal plants may require different kind of services when they are burning one specific type of coal than other power plants. So the idea here is, by understanding the customer, their behaviors, their usage behaviors, and their equipment and their remaining useful life, can you now expand and drive the transformation of that industry? By linking the asset to the process to the bigger ecosystem, can you drive a bigger impact, thereby transforming that whole industry? So that is what we're really trying to do with the digital transformation on the industrial side of things. So now let me explain a little bit of the bigger context and then I'll go into examples. Now there was a question asked previously saying, hey, what is this context? Where is digital twin? Where is IoT? Where is Industry 4.0? Where do all these things fit? And actually it's a confusing set of terminology and many people use it in different contexts. We tried to kind of summarize them into these three concepts here. So when you look at analytics, companies that work primarily with data and analytics, they talk about analytics in this format. There are descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive, prescriptive, and now heading towards autonomous. So descriptive would be, hey, this engine is running hotter than that engine. This building is consuming more power than that building. Predictive means tomorrow this building will consume 3 times more power than any other building on the campus. The primary reason is they're all going to keep the doors open because there are 1,000 people in the building, as an example. Prescriptive means you also prescribe an action. We would suggest you take the 1,000 people and split them up into 3 buildings, thereby you'll save energy. And same things in the industrial side. Autonomous is where autonomous cars are coming, where you do the action also. You basically redirect the car into different directions. So this is one way to look at it, analytics from descriptive to autonomous. Industrial folks, especially the manufacturing team, looks at it from industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0. Industry 1.0 started with steam and water power. So this is going back to 18th century. But industry 4.0 is about IoT, is about Internet of Things, basically connecting everything with wired or wireless connectivity and using data and AI to drive better outcomes. There is yet another perspective, which is a maintenance perspective. And this is generally where my area of expertise and focus is. So when you look at how the maintenance practices has evolved over a period of time, started off from run to failure 1930s and before to preventive maintenance in 1960s and 70s. CMMS is computerized maintenance management systems. Today, most of the people use these three models, RCM, CBM, and PHM. RCM is reliability-centered maintenance, where you use reliability to decide what to maintain, what not to maintain. Poor reliability means higher maintenance. CBM is condition-based maintenance, where you use the condition and of the asset and maintain. And PHM is prognostics. Prognostics means you predict when it is going to require and maintain it appropriately. Now, what we have been saying is the digital twin is the next evolution of that, because digital twin is a living, learning thing. It evolves over time and hence it provides better outcomes. So these are three different views. All are similar. The core of it is similar. You collect data, you make some predictive analytics, and then using that, you take better decisions than you would otherwise do. Now, what are they really trying to do with all these technologies? Everybody's trying to do the same thing in the industrial system side. You have this massive assets. These consume millions to billions of dollars. So can you run them safely? Because if you don't run them safely, it results in loss of life. And the second is, can you run them efficiently, where the goods and the services delivered are continuously using less energy, less power, less cost. And hence they are better for the environment and better for the society in at large. So they all kind of collectively come together as this reliability, availability, maintainability, performance, and safety. These are the metrics everybody's really trying to do. So that's the bigger picture on what everybody's trying to do with digital twins. Now let me jump into a few examples and definition, and then we can take question and answers. So first, what is a digital twin? I think everybody is continuously defining them and it's evolving them. But I think the consistent thing I'm seeing everybody says it's a personalized living learning model. That's the digital twin definition everybody is kind of agreeing to and gravitating to. The definition I put on this paper is more industrial connotation. So when you think about a digital twin in the industrial side, we think of it bringing both AI and domain knowledge together. So when we design a jet engine, when we design a gas turbine, when we design an MR machine, we have a lot of knowledge that goes into it that is coming from design, manufacturing, services, and operation. This is a big portion of the knowledge. So this needs to be included in the digital twin, because in absence of that, you're not using the best knowledge in the organization. So it's like you're trying to diagnose a jet engine problem for the first time every time you do this, because you don't have the knowledge of the jet engine. We know that is not going to work given the complexity of the engine. So it needs to include physics and domain knowledge. The second aspect is it needs to have AI inbuilt in them. Why does it need to have AI? The primary reason it needs to have AI is it needs to learn as new data comes in. You design it for a certain thing, but it operates in a little bit different environment. So you learn from this new environment, bring that together. So a digital twin in the industrial setting has both these together. Second, using digital twin, you get insights, like what's the remaining useful life, what's the best way to operate it, what's the best way to utilize it. Once you use this asset, insights, you take an action on this. You have to do some action. The action basically is human, robot, or machine. This action needs to feed back. Once you do the action, the enhanced data needs to feed back into the digital twin. And you update this digital twin. This becomes better. And then this can also be used for design feedback. So continuously improving digital twin has better outcomes. That's the key point I wanted to drive. Now let's jump into examples. So this is an example of a digital twin in the predicting of jet engine's life. This was a problem where we were having combustion system related parts life issues. Our customer, basically the challenge was, as we started seeing some of the damages in the parts, we said to our customer, please inspect this every 300 cycles. And our customer said, no, we cannot really do that because that is too expensive. Downtime is quite high. Then the challenge we were given was, can you predict the remaining useful life of these parts and give us optimal recommendation on which engines we need to inspect? Our customer would have like 300 to 500 engines. So inspecting them every 3 to 6 months was very, very difficult task. So what we did was we built a digital twin model of the engine. In this case, we built a digital twin model specific part of interest. In this case, is the combustion system. To do that, we needed to understand the combustion physics. We needed to understand the failure mode, which was the spallation failure mode. We had to take the flight data. Each engine flew in different paths, right? We had to collect all the data. We had to collect the exposure data, temperature, dust, environmental data. We built all of that into the digital twin model that makes this prediction that you see here. On the y-axis, you see distress. Higher the dot, the higher the distress. And then here is time in years, going back from 2011 to 2014. And what you see here is each dot is an engine. As you can see, some engines are on the higher path of distress curve. So these engines, for example, have reached a critical threshold. They need maintenance. Versus there are certain engines that are on the lower threshold. They don't require as much maintenance. So by building this digital twin model and identifying specific engines, these engines that require maintenance, we told our customer, take this top right-hand corner engines and inspect them only. The rest of them, our digital twin is tracking. You don't need to worry about them. This has saved 56% in scheduled inspections. Half of them we cut off. We saved tens of millions of dollars for our customer. We didn't stop there. After this, we went into how do you close the loop and make the digital twin learning. So as the engine came in for inspection, we took images like that you see here. So this is a blade image, and we take inspection, and then we automatically quantify the distress on them, like using deep learning. So these white spots that you see there are distress. So we quantify the distress and feed this back into our digital twin model. And this digital twin model becomes better. Initially, you may start off with an accuracy 60, 70%, but as time passes, your digital twin becomes better and better and better. So this is one example. Let me jump into a very different example. I'll take a digital twin example of a people example. The challenge here was we had several dozens of field engineers around the globe, and we have several hundreds of plants we need to send these people to, these service engineers to. But each person had very specific skill sets, very specific location they are available at. They have visa restrictions, they have job preference restrictions. Customers had their own requirements on whom they want. So it was becoming very, very difficult for us to manage these people resources. So what we did was we built a digital twin model of the service engineer. This model encapsulated individually what that service engineer was capable of. They were capable of their visa restrictions, their skill set restrictions, what was the job they did, what was the rating they got, what was the customer feedback, did the customer want them back, all that we encapsulated. And on top of that, we built an optimization algorithm, which optimized who went to which jobs. And you could do this optimization on a daily basis. You didn't really need to wait for 3 months or 6 months or a month to reschedule engineering. When things change, when a flight got canceled, you can immediately re-optimize this. So we did this application for all the service region for Middle East. And in doing so, in the first year, we saved tens of millions of dollars, primarily by not having to buy external resources, which were very, very expensive. We used our internal resources more optimally by building digital twins. So these are a couple of examples. So we have built digital twins like this of parts, different products, different processes, different systems. Last we counted, which was in 2017, 2018, we had 1.2 million digital twins running in the organization. After that, we stopped counting, not to focus just only on the numbers. So these are the twins we build. And how do you use these twins to transform? We build these twins on a platform. So you start off with the highest value, highest outcome ones. For example, you could start off with a few asset twins. Then you can grow them into operation twins, connect all of these up on the platform, go to process twins, industrial twins, and business twins. So over a period of time, instead of doing them as standalone applications, building them on a platform, connecting the linking them, you start getting multiplicative effect for your twins. And thereby you get much better outcomes. And over a period of time, you transform your whole organization that produces much better outcomes than if you were to build non-digital twin standalone applications. So this is how we are working towards transformation of the industrial segment using digital twins. I will stop at this point in time. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely fantastic. What the thing that the whole thing excites me. What you've been doing there is just phenomenal. But what really put the icing on the cake at the end there was about people are assets, and we've got to be able to make them productive and optimize them and make them efficient and all those things and look after them. And to be able to model what you're doing with the engines and the like, but using people in that world is exceedingly exciting. I really like that. It's a little bit like some of the work I'm doing at the moment, looking at cross-sector infrastructure dependencies and analysis, and looking at vulnerabilities and criticality, and working out where people are within those networks. And during a pandemic like we're in at the moment, of course, if that person falls ill, will that stop that particular piece of infrastructure working because that task can no longer be carried out? And can we put resilience into the skills that we've got? And also potentially, I'm very excited about all this, is something that will come on later on today is with Alison Watson. And if we're designing something, we can then predict what human assets we're going to need to help us to fulfill those functions that we're doing. And that might be in 5-10 years' time. So can we now ask the schools, the universities, the colleges to make sure that we've got people who have the right skill set, education, training, whatever it might be, so they're ready. So when we turn the switch on with those assets in 10-15 years' time, we've got people to do it. So I just had to say that because it's so exciting what you're doing. It's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
But I'm not sure what time we have. So we've got a couple of minutes for questions. Let me have a quick peek through here. So there's a question here from, it's an anonymous question, but can the digital twin for engine predictive inspection be applied widely to other sectors like building maintenance and asset management in the built environment? And if so, can I say DT, digital twin, is more like a methodology that can be universally applied crossing industries and sectors?
Okay, got it. I see the question. Thank you, Ian. So first is, you cannot take a digital twin of an engine and apply that for maintenance of a building. That would not make any sense, right? The question is, I built a digital twin model for G90. Can I take that model and apply it to another G engine or maybe a non-G engine? How broadly can you generalize? And depends on how you have built it. If you built it on basic first principles, then you can actually generalize it. If you're built more personalized, then it is more difficult to apply. The equivalent example I give is between all of us, right? Human genome is 99.9% same. What makes me different from Ian or Maria is just 0.1% difference. That's the only thing that's different, 0.1%. What makes us different from monkeys is 0.7% genome difference. That's all it is. So if you build a model that is based on the 99.9% that is common, you can apply it to any human being because that is common to all of us. But if you dip into that 0.1% and make it very specific to me, then that digital twin, this is a Vinay digital twin, cannot be applied to Ian because we are very different people. So the generalization is the key, and how you build them is the key to how much you can generalize. So that's one element. I see a lot of companies and a lot of organizations looking to generalize that process of digital twin building. It is still in the initial phases. Digital twin has become quite cool in just the past few years. So still in the initial phases, people are building tools, people are building platforms, and trying to make it more easier for everybody to start building this.
Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so very much. Such a pity that we've run out of time. There's a few more questions in the Q&A stream on the right-hand side. So if I can get you to have a look at some of those and type some of your replies in, that will be absolutely fantastic. I'm inspired. Thank you so very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was absolutely amazing. And if you could possibly just spare some minutes to answer these questions on the right-hand side, that will be amazing, because I don't think we have much time, Ian, right?
No, indeed. So what we're going to do is get you to turn your camera off, and then I will add on the next camera. So next we've got Professor Andrius. If you can turn your camera on, sir, I'm going to add you to the video stream. And if you can put your presentation up. Also, if you should share that, I will add that into the stream as well, and then I can share both things. We're learning this system as we go. Yeah, got it. So click on there, and then send that live. So hopefully we have success, and I shall hand you over to Maria.
Hello, Andrius. How are you?
Hi, Maria.
Very, very nice seeing you. Very nice joining us. It was such a pleasure. So just an introduction for Professor Andrius Jurelionis. He's the Dean of Kaunas University of Technology in Lithuania. And all over there, he's also part and member and director and whatever of the Center of Smart Cities and Infrastructure. His background is in indoor environmental and energy engineering. Currently, Andrius focuses on university-industry collaboration in advancing digital transformation in construction. I have to say on this point that Bentley also plays some part on this. Interesting fact, he believes that during their career, students of today will work in a radically transformed construction sector. Universities must take action in strengthening digital skills development, and it can only be done by transforming themselves. That's a very nice message to pass from this presentation. Today, he will talk about the whole strategy of Kaunas Technological University, of course, with regards to digital twin, and also the link that KTU, Kaunas Technological University, has with DEC and Alison Watson, who will present us later on. Also have to say that Bentley actually is also part of this, and I'm very excited that I'm part of this collaboration, these three collaboration. It's amazing. So Andrius, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria. I have some videos embedded in my presentation. I hope everything goes smoothly. If you see a lot of lag, just let me know, shout loudly. So, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this digital twin awareness event. A very few words about who we are. I'm coming from Lithuania, from Kaunas, the second largest city there. Kaunas University of Technology is one of the largest technical universities in the Baltics. You can see some numbers here. So we have around 9,000 students, 1,000 employees. And of course, being in the geographical center of Europe, we are very happy that we are a part of European consortium of innovative universities. We have many partners in this network, and together we are working on the European University project, which will have a virtual mobility, student exchanges, and so on and so on. So really excited, about the next stages of where the university is going. And as Maria mentioned, and also, as Jan said, I will address a little bit of, why it is important to the university, why the digital transformation, why are we going into this direction of digital twins. So 1.5 years ago, we established a Center for Smart Cities and Infrastructure in our university, together with Bentley and some companies from Lithuania. So this all has a formalized partnership. Maria, can you see the video? Is it lagging a lot or not so much?
Yeah, it's fine from my side at least.
Great, you were there, you remember this.
Oh yeah, I hope you will not show my face.
I'm really happy that we managed to open the center, 1.5 years ago. Opening it online would be very anticlimactic. So what the center is doing, we are working on life learning programs. development of policies, research, building the interdisciplinary community, developing different documents on BIM transition, and also, as you will be told later by Alison Watson, motivating young individuals to choose a path of construction as their career option. And this is what we are really proud of, actually. So last year we've launched the Design Engineer Construct curriculum in partnership with Bentley and Class of Your Own. Currently we have 4 schools enrolled in this curriculum, around 70 students. Last year they were doing the project Hotel Underground for James Bond. You can see a couple of images that they've created with Open Buildings Designer, and we were really surprised, you know, what the school kids can come up with and what they can develop. And this year we are also running the musical challenge. They will be designing a music hall. So this is, you know, why I'm speaking about this. This is all connected. Research, career possibilities for school kids, also our students, and so on. You know, when talking about digital, I would like to, you know, say a couple of words about the challenges for us as a university. So we all know the Sustainable Development Goals, which are basically placed as a separate 17 challenges, let's say, that every technical university or any university on earth, I think they are trying to tackle those. We have the IPCC report on global warming. We know that most likely we'll hit 1.5 degree increase in world's temperature by 2030. And of course, this challenge is not an easy one to address. It's a very complex, and you know, how do we go there? How do we tackle these issues? What I find really inspiring is the latest speeches of World Economic Forum, the founder and the managing chair, Professor Klaus Schwab, who's talking about the Great Reset, and you know that the world after COVID is an opportunity to build a little bit different economics, a bit different approach with long-term priority approach versus short-term, and a little bit more stakeholder-driven than shareholder-driven. And if you have not yet seen this very interesting tool that they have publicly announced, the strategic intelligence tool, you can see there that they try to show how interconnected the systems are and how one system is connected to the other ones. And I think this is, you know, what we want our students to understand, what we want our researchers to understand, and to have the ability to work with this. So if you click on cities and urbanization, you see that you get the links between 10 different sections, and these are all interconnected. And you know what they also say is that there are opportunities in this transition. Infrastructure and built environment, as you can see here, they are expected. This sector is expected to create 117 million new jobs, and these are the really, you know, big opportunities if we try and create the engineers and, you know, people capable of working in this new environment. That would be a great opportunity for us. So the role of the universities, as we see it, you know, we need to contribute to increase resilience and sustainability of cities. Of course, we need to make impact through research and innovation. We need to play a role and help industries and municipalities to adapt. We need to contribute to the regional vision and research priorities for higher education, and of course inspire the future professionals. And in our case, we see that it's impossible without going digital. So it's all linked through this perspective. The interesting thing is that when you try and go this path, you more often than not you get some benefits. And after looking, at what kind of projects we are involved in, or which research grants we get in the past years, they are mostly linked with digitalization and digital transition. We are working on the national BIM standards. We are working on next generation energy performance certificates, proactive and smart residential buildings, and utilities management platform for quarantine and lockdown. So these are all basically possible because we chose this digital path. And one of the main activities that the Center for Smart Cities and Infrastructure is currently doing is Kaunas Digital Twin project. It's a multi-year project. It will not be finished very quickly, and I think we will be working on it for a very long time. So we try to split it into different stages, different sections. But the main idea was firstly to just show everyone what are the capacities, what are the capabilities. So we've scanned the just trying to find the pointer here. So we've scanned the city center at the stage 1. We've scanned built the reality mesh, maybe that's a bit more appropriate term, reality mesh of the university campus. We have at stage 2, we've shown how the visualization of the upcoming projects can be done. We are running another project that links energy consumption with reality mesh, and we've just got a grant to run another project linked to social aspects and maybe a little bit more with people interaction. And again, we will use the same the digital twin model that we will be building. So as you can see here, it's a step-by-step exercise. We try to attract different projects, different approaches. Otherwise, this cannot be implemented if we just go and try to do everything at once. So in here you can see the reality mesh. Okay, hope it's running. This is the university campus area. This is the building that I'm currently in. And on the whole city scale, we've developed this, and it's a work in progress. This blurred area, by the way, is the drone flights are forbidden in this area due to security reasons. So you can see how the whole city model is being developed. And going to the old town. And on the other bank of the river, you can see the new developments, the new constructions that are still have not yet been built, but it can be also visualized on this digital twin map. So the next stage for us is adding different other layers. One of those we are testing currently is the cultural heritage, or the listed areas. So the red zones in here, you can see that these areas are protected. So they have a special status, and the green areas has some visual limitations. So they are also have some visual protection areas where the green zones are. And another step in this whole project is developing the digital twin of a building. As Nabil has already mentioned, in close partnership with Bentley and GeoSlam, we've chose one building in our campus, and the aim is to use this building to add different sensor data to the model, to use the operational analytics. And first of all, we need to build a quite clear reality mesh, and it's not only exterior but also interior. This is where some challenges are, linking exteriors with interiors, and I will show a little bit later, what problems have we stumbled upon. But still, we need quite a clear reality mesh and the ability to navigate in the building to access different zones. So then we can enrich this with different data layers. And in some cases, the pandemic helped us. We did this exercise, the scanning of interiors during the quarantine. So there was literally 0 students in the building. And it was a very, let's say, sometimes you can use the opportunity that the building is empty. So this first part of the project will be linked to energy. And you might have seen on the roof we have lots of PV panels, and each panel has a sensor, showing what is the energy production of every panel. We can look at different historical data, what was the energy production, the CO2 savings, and so on and so on. Also, one of the first steps in this exercise was trying to build a platform where we can share the data with our partners. Because much of the data is under some kind of restrictions. Not everyone has access to that data, and basically we needed to make this open. We needed to make it available to everyone. So this means we had to create different environments, different platforms, so that we can place this data and share it with our partners. And this is not only the data from PV panels. The real benefit, we believe, is to have as many data streams as possible. And in this case, you can see the solar radiation. We have the weather station on the building, so we can track the solar radiation. We can track external temperature, humidity, wind velocity, and so on. And later on, these can all be combined into the operational analytics tools. So where we currently are, we have the reality mesh on the city scale. This still needs to be expanded. To cover the whole city, we need to work a little bit more. But as I mentioned, this is linked to different projects that we are currently working on. We are testing different layer additions and project visualization. So this is more or less what we've done so far. We'd like to apply machine learning on a city scale to install more sensors in the city, so that we can have a real-time data coming in from the cities. And we are running different projects that will help us do that. This includes students projects, research projects, and the schools project, the DEC curriculum, will be also linked to the city model, because school kids will also be placing their designs on a city scale. We are getting ready for 2022, and Kaunas will be a cultural capital of Europe. So we hope that we will have the model developed to be a part of this event as well. And on the building scale, we also have the exterior reality mesh. We have the interior scanned. We have the first sensors established already, and we've created a common data platform. So the next steps for us is joining the exterior and interior together. And we rely a lot in this on our partners at Bentley. The next stage is identifying the digital assets that we are going to track. Basically, putting the bounding boxes, linking that to different data streams, developing user interface. We need to make it accessible. So it means we need some kind of ways to easily navigate the data set. And later on, more sensors, more variety, more data streams coming in. The main idea of the whole project, starting with the city scale and going to the building scale, is making this open to everyone. So we are using the approach that don't add it if you can't share it. Anyone is welcome to contribute, but make sure that the data that you are contributing is openly available. So we are at our university, we are following the open science strategy, and all the data sets that we use, they can be shared, they can be tested, they can be, if we do some research on that, somebody else can access the same data and use it. So a couple of things that we've stumbled upon, and by this point, if any university or anyone is going the same path, trying to build this data set, few words of warning. Look at the data ownership and access rights. We found out that even if you are talking about the university level, you have different owners of different data. They have their access, they have their logins and users, and it's not always easy to get those accesses because it is linked to some kind of projects or things that the people are doing. So you really need this university strategy or the company strategy, and everyone should be ready to share what they have. Another important thing is you don't want to do it on your own, which means you will have partners in this. In our case, we have GeoSLAM, we have Bentley, we have a couple of more. The problem is we cannot share this data via the intranet, or the university networks. So we need some kind of secure feed that we put the data stream, and then someone else can use it without interrupting our processes. The data storage. What data are you going to store? What's the interval? How many years are you going to collect it? These are all questions that needs to be answered. The need of constant update. Even after building the reality mesh of our building, we found that some reflections on the PV panels, they create these kind of holes in PV panels. So it means that we need to rescan it. So you need to always be aware that you might need to rescan, you might need to update, and you need someone responsible for that. Another question is scale. So we have the city scale, we have the building scale, and of course, the same approach will not work for the city scale and for the building scale. And as I mentioned before, navigation, dashboards, and interface. How you are going to visualize the data? Will you give the option for the users to download it in a comma-separated values form or whatever? So I'm speaking on behalf of quite a number of people. So I would like to thank GeoSLAM and Bentley, the teams at Context Capture, AssetWise, 4D Analytics, Orbit GT for helping us do this. At the university, we have only a handful of people working with this. Thanks to all of them, and I'm not sure if I will be able to answer all the technical questions, but maybe some guys are connected and can help me out. Please don't ask too detailed technical questions. I'm not the right guy. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Andrius. It was absolutely fantastic. So yes, as Bentley, we have the opportunity to work. I'd say there's an opportunity cluster. We have to speak quickly. Actually, not very good. We have some time. If you want, you can see it on the right-hand side. And one of the questions can the Internet of Things be embedded in digital twin for real-time monitoring? Thinking of, for example, a natural disaster occurring or a bleeding catches in the digital twin modeling real city town, so people can have time action. So I think this is a question, a general question, like for everyone who is doing something related to infrastructure.
I'm sorry, I have a connection issues, and I only heard part of the question. I'm switching on my headphones and I'm looking at the question myself.
No worries. I could hear all the feedback and everything bouncing around in the background. I was trying to play with some buttons to see if it would improve it, but you seem to have got there. So yes, so there's a mix of questions on the right-hand side. I
see the question now. So the IoT embedding into digital twin for real-time monitoring. Yes, indeed, that's the idea. The idea is that currently we have all the data coming in at a 1 minute rate. So if something happens, the idea is not only to monitor and to track, but also to use it for operational analytics, to use it for decision making. So if we see that there are some problems arising, we can definitely make some reaction.
Yeah, I've always seen that as the key difference between what we had as BIM and now our digital twin, and the fact that the BIM was you were modeling data, you were creating almost kind of like something that was there and had to be manually updated every time something happened. Whereas the digital twin world, in the fact that the sensors embedded in the physical are informing and telling the digital world what's going on, and then the digital world can go, well, actually change this, manipulate that through actuators and whatever it in there. So you get this true interaction with the digital and the physical, which I think is just going to be so exciting as we move forward into that world. How it works with infrastructure as such, I'm not sure how well we're going to get there, but with buildings, we've got that capability already, I suppose. You've got a building management system with a sensor that tells you what the temperature is, and it opens and closes louvres or windows to adjust the temperature inside the building. There you go. We've already taken that first step, and it's been around for a long time. Yeah. Fantastic. There's a few other questions in here. Being back up, there was one that created quite a bit of thing in here. Was I can see BIM is one of the core parts of digital twin. Is the main issue now the interoperability between various software and hardware in the BIM embedded digital twin, like from laser scanning to BIM, augmented reality, simulation, predictive analytics, etc.? Any thoughts there?
That's a very good question. I mean, the collaboration with Bentley that we are doing, we are really happy, that we are a test bed for that. But I know that it's a not fully resolved question. We need to find a way to link all of this together. So if you have a point cloud, if you have reality mesh, some things they will not be visible. If you have a BIM model with piping and the hidden works, you can try and link those together, and then how do you navigate? Do you create some kind of platform where you can make one of these invisible, transparent? How do you make this useful? So for our building, we've collected as much data as we have. We have the BIM model of the building. We are doing some of the renovation projects, so we have the sections of how it's looking right now and how it will look in a couple of years. These are all very interesting to put together, and we cannot do it alone. And the idea is, let's do this together. So if someone is doing the same, I forgot to mention this, but at the very end of my presentation, it's an open call. We want to do this to create this demonstrator project, and maybe something a little bit more. So please join us if you are doing the same.
That's fantastic. I think you're completely right there. We can only move forward together by sharing our experiences, sharing our knowledge, and sort of getting together and doing demonstration projects to work out what's going on. I suppose it's a bit like this this presentation today and the calls today, in the fact that I don't think we quite got together early enough to make all the technology work. Like the chat window and the things like that behind. So we're having to learn our lessons in a painful way along the way, rather than ones we could have learned together or from other people's experiences. Brilliant. Right, so we're going to take a 15-minute break now. So thank you very much indeed for your presentation, Andrius. Really, really good. There are still plenty of questions down in the Q&A. If I can get you to pop in there and put some, I've tried to answer some of them as we're going. And I see Alexander has also given us a few bits and bobs in there. But yeah, if you can get in there and have a few question answers, that would be absolutely fantastic. So we will reconvene in just under 15 minutes at 12 o'clock. So grab yourself a comfort break, top up your wine glass, your gin glass, your teapot, whatever it might be, and we will come back in a few minutes to join Dr. Alexander König from Volkswagen to look at how they are looking at the industrial cloud. So, see you shortly. Right, so Alexander, can you turn your camera on for me? And share your content. That would be fantastic. And we'll set up the next one ready to go.
A moment, I have to put in a new background.
Yeah.
Okay.
And put your camera on as well. Here.
You should be able to see me.
Not yet.
Yes, just about. Right, so if I do that, and then I'm going to click on you, and then you should be now appearing in that window there. If you can share your first slide as well, just share your slideshow.
Okay.
Is that the actual view out of your window? Because that's really impressive.
Not really the view out of my window, but normally I sit in there.
Gotcha. The screen is so small in this particular bit that I can't tell whether it's a that or not. Right, here we go.
I can see his content.
Yeah.
No, I can see us at the moment. It's us. His content is us.
There we go.
Okay.
And your video is this one. Is that right?
Yep. So it's all sorted, and we should be sending you.
Amazing.
Yes.
You can hear. I want to test something. You can hear the sound?
Yes, please. When you share, did you click on the include audio?
I'm not sure. I have to try it again.
Yeah, please try it again, because when you share, you need to click the button that says include audio from my desktop. And so on the left-hand side, it's just a tick button.
I have to change speaker to enable audio. Okay, wait a moment. So now it should be working. I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've got a little bit sound?
Oh, I heard something. I wasn't sure.
Okay.
Oh,
the rest.
I microphone.
The rest will become later. It works.
Brilliant. Excellent. Okay, excellent. Okay. Grab yourself a cup of tea.
Ian, we should not stop on this session because he's has included desktop audio.
Okay.
So, do you mind in order to introduce you? Would you mind if you turn off your sound just for the introduction?
Yes, I start the presentation later. I think it's the best.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Now, yeah, much better. Thank you so much. So, see you in 9 minutes.
Okay.
Or less than 9 minutes. I don't know.
Have we lost him?
He will come back in 9 minutes. So I'm just sharing my desktop and
good stuff.
In a reading mode.
We should be able to now add people.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh.
Splendid. Welcome back to the second part of the session today. Really pleased that the lineup has been so good so far, and also pleased that so many of you come to join us here today. Some good questions on the right hand side. If you've asked a question already, hopefully we will have had an answer through from our presenters already, or some of our other moderators as well. Some really interesting questions going into there, and we've got some fantastic presentations coming up. The one that is coming up next is, just find my pieces of paper. I have them all scattered all over the place. I'm using highly technical notes today. You know how professionally I work. So what was really nice was I met Dr. Alexander, must have been 6 or 7 years ago now, at the academy doing some work with them, and then was invited out to Germany to speak at the VW conference. And what was quite interesting there, and potentially a bit of an embarrassing moment, was the week before I was due to stand up in front of all these amazing people. The UK voted to leave the European Union. So obviously I was up for a little bit of stick there. And then also I think it was the Sunday before I was due to speak, England had played, I think, Iceland in the football and lost considerably. And so not only did I cop it from one side for the Brexit vote from everybody in the room, but I also copped it from the other side for the fact that we'd lost a game of football as well. Not that I'm a football person, but that's just the way it goes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Alexander to turn his camera on, please, and his microphone. We'll get him up and running, hopefully. There we go. Let's add the content from below. I think I've got to turn my camera off briefly. There we go. So then I can add your camera from below into there, and then also share your content with the video. And then what we'll do is we'll turn our things off. Introduce you. Right, there we go. And then that's live. So I'll get you to mute very briefly. Alexander.
Yes, can you hear me?
Splendid. There we go. Okay. I tell you what. I'll let you introduce yourself. And I really want you to make sure you talk about Lego partnerships, because that's just cool. So I'll hand you over.
Okay, then yeah, I do a short introduction of myself. Like Ian said, we know us something about 6 or 7 years ago, or we get to know each other 6 or 7 years ago. And for me, it's every time totally interesting and fantastic to meet with him. Today, yeah, with Corona, it's a little bit more complicated. But in the last years, I went to London 2 or 3 times to visit Bentley, visit some COMIT events and all these other things that are happening around the BIM topics. Yeah, and in my normal life, my daily life, I was more or less in the factory planning department the last 10 years. And then I changed to the digitalization group inside the Volkswagen group, and yeah, now I had a wider focus on some topics. I took the topic BIM with me, and
Alexander,
yeah,
you're sharing the presenter's view.
I'm showing the presentation or not me?
The presenters, not the actual presentation.
Ah, okay. Now the presentation is available?
No.
Okay, that's curious.
it's just.
Ah, okay. Wait a moment. Then I change the screen.
Lovely, and we'll set this up again. Right. I'll just wait for your.
Okay.
Right.
Right. Now the correct one is available.
Yes. So that should be up.
Okay. Then enough of the introduction. I start with the presentation. Today, I'm happy that I have the possibility to present you something about our industrial cloud activities, and especially our approach with the digital twin in these topics. I've made a made a short agenda, a short intro with I hope the video will work in the intro. Then the definition of digital twin at the moment we are using. Then a part about the Volkswagen Industrial Cloud, what is it, and why it is essential for us in the usage of digital twins. And one I have bring with me one example. I think the most of you know the Volkswagen Group, but here is a slide deck with some figures about it. We are having 12 brands, including the group, from the VW to the big trucks of Scania. And we have something about 670,000 employees worldwide. And you can see the main focus is at the moment in Europe and China, but also we have some plants in the States and in the south of America. And the newest things are the smaller plants and one big plant in South Africa. Now I'm starting the video. I hope it will work with sound.
Fasten your seatbelts. Disruption is on its way.
Okay, now I'm back. I think the video was a short outtake to what topics we are facing at the moment, especially as one of the biggest car manufacturer in the world. We have not only the topic to produce cars, we have also an environmental needs that we are reaching the topics all around us. Go on the new situations in the cities, in the circle around us, especially at the moment the COVID topics. For example, in the April and March, we are something about 60,000 employees that are working from home. But at the moment, the situation says, okay, it will become better, and the plants are all open worldwide, and we are trying to achieve our goals and try to support the environmental things around us, especially in the cities and states we are located. But now I'm coming back a little bit to the digital twin topic that we are doing today in the conference. The definition about it that we are using. For us, the digital twin is a digital representation of a real world and entity or system. The implementation of a digital twin is an encapsulated software object or model that mirrors a unique physical object, process, and organization, person, or other abstraction. That means nearly all can be a digital twin. Data from multiple digital twins can be aggregated for a composite view across a number of real-world entities, such as power plants or a city or their related processes. We heard in the presentations before the topic city plays a big role, especially on the topics of Bentley. But from like the colleague from GE said before, we have nearly in the same focus. We're concentrating on the industry digital twin. We're starting from the past. Like I said in the last presentation 4 or 5 years ago, we are doing planning of our factories in the digital factory. That means we are creating geometric and intelligent digital models of our factories. And that are we doing since 10 years. Then the second phase is the construction and commissioning of the real factory. The third is the collection of the shop floor data. That means all necessary information that we can collect on the shop floor. Yeah, we're trying to archive and put in our different systems and platforms. That was called in the German definition, that is the so-called digital shadow of the real factory. And the interesting thing is the data returned from the digital shop floor in the digital models of the planning. And with this as an autonomous process, you have an always updated digital twin of the reality with all the needed informations, with all the advices and all the including data. The interesting part, it has a high degree of agreement between the concepts of BIM and the concept for digital twin, especially when you look on the production side. When you go to the colleagues there and tell them something about BIM, they have big questions in their eyes and don't know what is BIM, but it's nearly the same from the ideas. It's only another digital twin for our understanding at the moment. What is the industrial cloud and why it's essential for the usage of digital twins? As you can imagine, with our 122 plants worldwide, we have at the moment a really fragmented IoT OT landscape. That means when you go down to the shop floor level, you have a lot of different systems, you have a lot of different solutions, you had a lot of different applications, and you had nearly all different possible sensors, scanners, all this other stuff. And sure, it's not a hard question that raises the complexity, that the personal costs are high on this topic. The system flexibility is not really good. The production stability is not as good as it could be. And because of this, we started in 2017 with the topic in Industry 4.0 with the first steps in this direction. And we chose at the beginning of 2018 a partner that can support us with these questions that are big enough, or the partner should be big enough to support us in all over the world with the different topics. And after the process of that, our buying department choosing AWS as one of the biggest partners in this topic. Also, Siemens is a strategic partner in this field, and a lot of other companies will be becoming partners in this idea. And the main idea of this is that we are creating together with AWS a platform for data management and all the exchange around it. We changed from the old legacy structure that is fragmented to service-oriented structure, and we delivered the solutions group-wide, but also for partners that are not in the group. That means the complete supply chain with something about 1,000 suppliers that are working worldwide with us. And the idea is that they all can use, for example, the same service also when they are working on different topics with other products, with other solutions. But the idea is they're using a platform and the same service, and that's not only group-wide, it's also for the partners. And with this, the idea is to reduce our high complexity. We are improving all this at the moment negative aspects to positive parts. That is the solution for the digital production platform. That means the solution inside the Volkswagen Group. We are at the moment in the process of onboarding our different plants worldwide. That means we are connecting the plants to the cloud infrastructure. And the way you can see on the left side, here we have different OT/IT gateways, and we go down to each machine on the shop floor level. And also the idea is to connect the buildings, the building information, with the machines and combine all the information you can get out of the factories to bring them in the cloud over the steps like the edge gateway of the industrial edge. And there you're using some AWS services to do that, working with standardized protocols like MQTT or OPC-UA. And if it's necessary, when you need some performance power for special use cases, also a possibility to install an on-premise cloud with the AWS Outpost. And from there, we're going directly in the enterprise cloud to realize our use cases with needed services. That means we are developing together with Siemens and AWS some services, especially for the infrastructure of the digital production platform, and also for the industrial cloud. But we are trying mostly to using standard services. That means when you get a partner onboarded on this solution, it's really easy when he uses his standard services of the AWS environment or his standard services, for example, on the Azure environment, to onboard him with some technical adoptions and some security regarding inside the solution of the industrial cloud. The idea is not only to create a platform. The main thing or the main benefit will not be coming out of the platform. The main benefit will come out of use cases. And the easiest thing is that we are transform our colleagues and our local IT departments to find solutions for local problems that are only addressing local tasks and are founded locally and fit in the overall, but have to fit in the overall architecture. That means when they have a problem local in their plant, they get the tools to create with the standardized services solutions for their problems locally. And then they will be put into a marketplace, and each colleagues in the other plants have the possibility to use the solutions out of the marketplace and integrate it in their local tasks. And also the idea is that they are created like this, that you can put it or combine it with your local needs. And one of the most important thing is for an IT project, a project is really fast. The local use cases or local solutions should be implemented within 6 months. On the other side, we have some big use cases with a group-wide focus. They will be addressing a global problem. They are founded and aligned at group-wide birds, and here are especially topics like systems that are at the moment in the old fragmented structure with local or with historical data, historical information, but with the divided infrastructure all over the group. And to become it a little bit more concrete or more detailed, I have brought up an example. The example is the rolling head system. This system put it on the I don't know if you know it, the door rubber seals on the doors of each car in this line, and here we installed some different sensors and some things for the measurement. That means you can see an example of the sensors that are installed. They are taking operational measurements, process quality measurements, product door quality measurements, and with this information, you can uncover from parts that are not correct. You can uncover the correlations to get more information out of it. Then you can also doing further business function like calculating, monitoring of process values, and then also you can make anomaly detection of the self-learning systems. That means the complete rolling head system is connected to the cloud, and you can get each information out of this and make data analytics and combine it with each other data information out of the data lake to get predictive maintenance, predictive quality tasks, and see the tasks here are written in this slide. And at the end, I'm thanking you for your attention, and that is the car that will be built in this rubber steel system. It will become on the market at the end of this year, and it's completely electric.
Wow! Wow!
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. Can you please turn the sound off?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're looking forward for the car, to be honest. And we have some questions here from Chris Butch, if I'm not mistaken. You can also, Alexander, you can see it by yourself. I think he says the last question, at least the one I can see, is that I understand the benefits of an integrated platform. And I like the idea of a marketplace for locally generated solutions. However, do you stop local solutions drifting away from the integrated platform?
Not really. When you're using the same services to create the local solutions, then you're gaining exactly the benefit you need. Of course, the world is different, the plants are different, but the idea is to reduce a huge amount of the IT costs when you're using for your solution the standardized services, the standardized connection, and it's not depending on the final view on the application, for example.
Great. Thank you so much.
There was another question there. What did AWS stand for? And I've got to admit, I couldn't quite work it out either.
The Amazon Web Services.
Oh.
The biggest provider of cloud services worldwide.
Okay.
Of course, yes. Fantastic. So on the, I know Germany has gone down this Industry 4.0 sort of route, and you know a lot of the world is talking about various different things. Do you see? This is for my own education more than the audience really. What do you see as the main differences between that the kind of the digital twin world and the Industry 4.0 world?
From my understanding, the digital twin approach is only a further definition of the Industry 4.0 thing. That means the standardized definition of Industry 4.0, it's 4 or 5 years old, and the topics about digital twins will become more and more reality. That means I see it as a part of it. Digital twin is not the complete topic of Industry 4.0. But it's an elemental part of it that you can reach the tasks of Industry 4.0. And the interesting thing, I wrote it in the chat before, is you have a lot of digital twins, including a plant, for example, or the city, or all the stuff around it. And the big task is to combine these different digital twins for your special use cases, and that's the main goal. Yeah, it's not the thing, the best thing to energize to optimize the energy in the only production system when you're having the building system for ventilation and heating in the roof and it's leaving on full power. You have to combine the different systems.
Yeah, I completely concur with that. I think that's one thing people sort of stumble in the digital twins world is the fact that a digital twin is a whole building, or actually you can have digital twins of an escalator or the heating system or the customer experience in the shop or whatever that might be. But then you've got to bring them all together to look at that bigger picture. And it's certainly something that I see in the, so there's an initiative in the UK looking at a national digital twin, bringing together all the various elements of infrastructure, so road, rail, power, water, hospitals, schools, prisons, postal service, health service, all those things, and then trying to bring them together so they interface and you understand the impacts and relationships on each other. And I think that's one of the things that I see a lot in what you do in it's almost like a microcosm within the factory, because you bring so many different elements together and understand how they interact and how they are interdependent on each other. Because I see, so much where we focus so much on our own world and forget that we impact on other people and they impact on us. I saw this in doing some infrastructure resilience analysis 6 months ago or so, looking at there's an earthquake in Nepal a few years back. I was doing some more analysis on that, and the fact that yes, okay, you can fix the electrical systems inside the hospital, but actually what you don't know is that the power line might be out further down the line, or actually the power station might be broken, or there might be a break in the railway line which brings the coal to the power station, which supports the communications network, which helps you run the hospital, etc., etc., etc. There's so many things that we rely on each other that we need to bring together in our digital twins. But then, the boundaries are endless.
The keywords in this context that we are discussing a lot is a data catalog, a useful asset management, and that are the hardest tasks you have when you go on a project like this. Of course, all the different ideas will be coming together, and you have to struggle out things. Okay, at the beginning we had the question: do we create one asset management for all? We discussed it a lot of times, but the idea now is we go on the use case. The use case centric idea for us, it's the only way to get step by step further. And when we are in a point, someone that we are saying, okay, now we have an asset management, for example, that we can integrate, then we are doing this. But we don't wait till that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So important. You see a lot of people trying to gather information and manage it and manipulate information about things that actually don't have an end use as such. And you're wasting a lot of valuable time and money, really, trying to gather information and manipulate it, manage it. But in the end, if it doesn't have an end user and there's no value to it, stop doing it.
Yes, exactly.
Actually, there is another question here from the same person. Would it be fair to say that the driver for your integrated platform was a need to optimize the delivery of new models? It's also in the Q&A.
The driver for the platform idea was reduce the production cost. The only thing is every time the same, it's cost. And especially in Europe, when you're producing in Europe, you have high costs in different plants, and to be competitive, for example, with the Chinese factories, you have to be technically on another level. And because of this, the platform was a general driver to reach the goal to reducing this cost targets, or to reaching this cost targets. There's something about 30% in production.
Okay, I see. There is another question, if we have some time, which also, do we have time, Ian?
Yeah, we've got 1 minute in there.
1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, okay. Well, it's a kind of a bit weird, but so if you are constraining people to use the integrated platform, how do you encourage radical innovation? Well, that's a bit tricky.
The thing is, when you're working a little bit with cloud solutions, you really fast see which possibilities do you have. For example, when you're using the GitHub repositories or something like that, this is really easy to create fast and good solutions. And you're working, for example, with MVPs, minimal viewable products, and go step by step and increase the quality of the product. And these disruptive things, for example, is for us, the most disruptive thing is that we're going in the cloud, that we are going the step outside of our closed infrastructure and say, okay, with this possibilities we have on the new market with the cloud solutions, we are going a big step further and giving the colleagues the freedom to create things by themselves because they have the knowledge.
Yeah, and it's good to give people some freedom, definitely. So I think, thank you so much, Alexander. Ian, do you think it's our time to pass to the next presenter?
On to the next one here. So I'm just lining those up on this. But thank you very much indeed. Really good to see you again. And hopefully we get a chance when this whole lockdown thing is over to meet again in London. We will see you there. Brilliant. Okay, I'm now going to hand you over to Maria to introduce our next speaker.
And hello, Didem. How are you?
Hello. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today as a speaker. It's not Didem, it's actually Dr. Didem Gurdur Broo is a research associate at Center for Digital Build Britain, Center for Smart Infrastructure and Construction, and Lenguru Center Research Center of University of Cambridge. Today, with all these three roles, Didem actually will talk us about the cyber physical systems data, artificial intelligence, and how can we shift our mindsets, to deal with the complexities that these systems are bringing. So when we talk about cyber physical systems, just a note for our attendees and our presenters and me, of course. When we talk about cyber physical systems, we talk about digital twins. Examples like autonomous vehicles, automated warehouses, and etc., etc. An interesting fact about Didem is that has a very multidisciplinary background from arts, computer science, and mechatronics. And from my side, it's a great pleasure to see someone who has a background from computer science to deal with infrastructure, because coming from the infrastructure world as a civil engineer, I say that I'm encountering many issues in the computer science world. She has been granted an IEEE senior membership due to her significant performance and excellence over the last 5 years. Well done, Didem. And also she is a member of the European AI Alliance and actively contributes to the discussions of all aspects of artificial intelligence development and its impact on the society. Also, not mentioned here, Didem really focuses on the young generation and helped me and Alison Watson to help the students, actually secondary school students, to understand about AI and digital twins and BIM. And thank you so much, Didem, for coming again here. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me and my slides are on. Perfect.
Yes.
Firstly, I would like to thank you for joining us today, all the participants, and special thanks to dear Maria and Ian for inviting me to this Digital Twins Awareness Day. Today, I want to talk about data as a journey, not a destination. I work with data for intelligence and autonomous systems, which we call cyber physical systems. We already had a few questions about what is Internet of Things, what is the difference between Internet of Things, digital twins, and like we didn't had enough confusion, now I am bringing one more, and I will talk about cyber physical systems. I hope in the later questions and discussions part, we can talk more about the differences between them. So I look at challenges around interoperability, complexity, and sustainability related to these systems. As Maria also said, I'm a computer scientist with a PhD in mechatronics. So clearly, I love technology and I enjoy talking about the future and the emerging technologies. Yet I am also a concerned, relatively young person who cares about the world and nature. So for that reason, my life is full of dilemmas. On one hand, I want all of us to use data, new technologies, new tools as much as possible, because I honestly believe that they can make difference. On the other hand, I get disappointed when they are not understood very well and the social implications of them are not considered. So I want more integration, more interaction, more insights, but I don't want ethical principles to disappear. And I am very concerned about the heavy carbon footprint of unnecessary huge data sets. So today I want to welcome you this confused and full of dilemmas world of mine. And I will firstly talk about my world and the future of it. I will introduce you a few examples of cyber-physical systems where I had the chance to work with in different projects, and we have implemented different levels of digital twins. Then I will talk about this weird thing called data and what I have learned from digital twin implementation attempts and what we are lacking. Later, we will look at some of the challenges and dilemmas around data, and hopefully I will have enough time to tell you what we as individuals, institutions, or organizations can do to navigate better in this new data-driven world by introducing 3 favorite mindsets of mine. Let's start with a short history and look at a series of industrial revolutions that changed the world. The first industrial revolution was essentially started when we discovered how mechanization, water, and steam power can help us to do all kinds of interesting things. Then from the 19th century to the 20th century, mass production, assembly lines, and electricity advanced manufacturing and production. This enabled the widespread adoption of technological systems, and we called this technological revolution. Later, at the beginning of the 1950s, the third industrial revolution brought semiconductors, computers, and automation. The digital revolution was this one. Today, we are experiencing the fourth industrial revolution. It's evolving at an exponential rate rather than linear pace. And it is disrupting almost every industry in every level. This new era is cyber-physical systems driven. These systems are integrations of computations, networking, and physical processes. Now, embedded computers and networks monitor and control the physical processes with feedback loops, where physical processes affect computations and the computations affect the physical processes. Cyber-physical systems are already part of our lives today and will be there in different forms in the future. I have chosen a few examples that I had the chance to work with. They come from different industries, so it can be a nice thing to see how diverse these systems are. One example of cyber-physical systems is integrated transport systems. Essentially, what this means is sharing information between different modes of transportation systems, including autonomous vehicles, such as cars and drones. Here we talk about digital twins of vehicles themselves, but also digital twins of other components with these twins are interact with. And the integration of all these systems can help us to make better decisions related to the transport system's efficiency. Another example is autonomous warehouses, where different types of robots are expected to collaborate to fulfill some quite complex supply chain related tasks. Different robots need to have a different digital twin, and these digital twins need to be integrated again to make collaboration possible. Moreover, there are key performance indicators that the integrated digital twins can influence and allow us to take decisions accordingly. Other examples include smart factories or smart cities and infrastructure. Digital twins, and especially their integration and creation of ecosystems of digital twins, can make the built environment greener, improve the quality of life of the citizens, and create inclusive, resilient, efficient, and carbon-free cities, for instance. As you can see, these new systems have a few common characteristics. They are connected, they are autonomous, and they are intelligent. And they will help us to make better decisions. All of these abilities are possible because today we can collect, store, and analyze huge amounts of data that we were not able to do before. After years of working on cyber-physical systems and digital twin projects, I had few things that I learned that I want to share with you. One very important lesson that I learned is purely about the data. Many calls data as the new oil. I hope that we can create a better metaphor and a brighter future direction for data. Even though the oil-driven revolution fueled many industries and helped the world to advance, the waste of this revolution, the greenhouse gases, and the effects on climate change is the biggest problem that is threatening the future of this world. When we look at some instances, even the very mature technology providers who are leading data-driven revolution are having difficulties to deal with the challenges around data. As a result, chatbots are turning to racist, autonomous cars are running red lights, and many are spending incredible amount of investments and time to short-term data platforms. I will try to explain why these are happening and briefly introduce 5 dilemmas or challenges of the data that I come across a lot. The first one is about collecting data, but in a sustainable way. Collecting enough data while considering the privacy, security, anonymity. Storing the data, but not consuming tremendous amount of energy. The other one is more about sharing data. To be honest, this surprised me a lot, especially in industries that are not fully digitalized yet. It is always one of the last questions that people ask. Who may I share my data with? How much? How long? And most importantly, why? Sharing or not sharing? As I see it, the less people understand about the real benefits of digitalization and the data, the less they want to share their data. And this is true for digital twins also. A digital twin is useful for many things, but the real value for the society can only be possible by integrating these digital twins. Using data is another example of these dilemmas. We want to use data and learn from it. There are different reasons behind this will, but can we really learn from data without assessing the quality of it? One cannot trust the results if they don't know the limitations of the data. And believe me, these limitations are countless. Data is created, designed, managed by people. People are biased. There are embedded AI algorithms everywhere, but the discussions on transparency, explainability, quality, inclusivity, and many more very important topics are postponed for so long. Volume of the data is also problematic. Not only high volume of data is very resource intensive, but also sometimes narrow datasets are much more effective and informative than complex big datasets. To be able to understand this approach though, we need to know our data very well. I see far too many cases that organizations are not able to understand their own data environment. Last but not least, the role of human in a highly intelligent, data-driven world is an important point to make. How much to automate? For whom? How to control the automated decision-making? For some organizations, this looks quite futuristic, where in other industries, other organizations, this is already the reality. What can be learned from others to build better decision-making mechanisms while we have a balanced and fair approach between machines and humans? Before concluding this talk, I want to point out some ways to help us to deal with these dilemmas. And this will not be about having another technology as an answer, but by shifting our mindsets. I believe that many technology and data-related dilemmas, decisions, discussions are more than only technological problems. Most of the challenges around the data and the digital twins, for instance, can be solved. But unfortunately, we are not able to ask the right questions to find out the right answers. If we agree that the fourth industrial revolution is here, and it is exponentially growing, if we accept that the future will be cyber-physical systems driven, intelligent, autonomous, and connected, we need to also accept that the world is full of connected systems of systems. We need to learn how to navigate and contribute to that world. We should move from disconnections to interconnections, from linear thinking to circular thinking, from silos to integrations. If we can understand this systemic perspective and acquire systems mindset, we can not only deal with the challenges, but also discover opportunities in this new world. In addition to systems mindset, we should have design mindset. We should always start with the why question. Why to implement digital twins, for instance? Who is going to benefit from this? What are the key performance indicators that we need to identify? Who will help us on this? We should design with people, for people. Sometimes we lose track because we aim to find a way to use one fancy technology. Technology is a tool, not the goal. Data is not a destination, it's a journey. And lastly, we should always have a future perspective in mind. Change is inevitable. We need to be prepared for disruptions. We can never know what is coming next, but creating alternative futures, we can have a long-term insights to what is possible. Way too many solutions are designed to solve the short-term problems. Let's not forget, many of the problems we are dealing today were the solutions of the yesterday. To stop this vicious cycle, we should observe this rapidly changing world and position ourselves to make the best future possible. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you for joining us today, and I am happy to answer your questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Didem. It was a great presentation. I mean, you're absolutely right. Data is a journey. It's not just, the final destination. I want to say how glad I am that we had this kind of philosophical and not only tone on this event, especially from CTBB, Cambridge, CSIC, Lengoru Center, all these organizations that you are part of. I just want to ask you if very naive question that I had in mind, in my mind, in terms of digital twins, how, if you ever have been in any project related to digital twin, and where was this about? I mean, I guess it was about infrastructure, guessing that you're already, of course, in Cambridge, guessing that you're already in an infrastructure sector. I know that you're mostly a computer scientist, but unfortunately for you now, you're an infrastructure sector. Yeah. So I just want to ask, how do you see that? How did you manage to go through that as a computer scientist and not as an engineer, as I am?
Yeah, so I think I am a very lucky person because I had the chance to work in different industries and see there are different approaches to digital twins. In manufacturing, it is completely different than what the infrastructure is trying to do, for instance, because when in manufacturing, in an assembly line, in a production line, things move fast. Every second matters, every minute matters, every small problem matters. What surprised me for infrastructure is that when we are talking about a bridge, we are talking a lifetime of 150 years. So things does not happen that fast. Some people are very much interested with the structural properties of a bridge or a railway or some that kind of big infrastructure projects, but they do not get data as fast as other industries.
Yeah.
I also see that generally the construction and infrastructure industry is just the beginning of the journey. Here we are really trying to understand how we can build digital twins, and that kind of skill set, for instance, is very new for the whole industry, because data is something new. It needs to be understood very well. What technologies one can use is also something new. Even the cloud platforms that are here for quite a long time are quite new technologies for some of the organizations. So that makes not only the digital twin implementation or development difficult, we only also need to build what is needed to make that development. We need to bring people in, we need to let people develop skills, we need to reorganize our organizations, and the digital twin, we will do it. It will be possible, but what the difference I see for the construction and infrastructure industry is mainly about where we are in that digital transformation journey. And it is quite different with automotive industry, manufacturing industry, for instance.
Exactly. This is the reason why we are hosting and having this event, because we need to see examples from different industries in order to understand how can we implement these examples into our industry, the construction industry. That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
That's why these kind of events are very important, and it will be eye-opening for many, and the network, the people will know who can they ask questions. And as I said, one of the things that we are not able to do in every industry nearly is that to be able to ask the right question.
True, that's very true. And to be honest, I had more questions in my mind, but I see that there is another one here in the Q&A that says, should we consider the socio-technical perspective into data analytics? Because sometimes, depending on the stakeholder, the same data may be with different interpretation and different decision making.
Exactly, and because of that particular reason, we should always consider the socio-technical perspective. Whenever, as I mentioned, whenever we work with data, we should remember that the data is created, somehow modeled, somehow architectured by a person. This is a human, and we are full of biases. It's impossible to just trust that one person, and that has been done in many industries before. Now we see that technology companies are developing AI algorithms, as I mentioned also, that turns to a racist person. And it is not intentional. Not someone is not trying to build an AI algorithm to be a racist, but all the data that we accumulated all these years shows that the reality of this world, that we have racist tendencies as a whole society. So you cannot expect the AI algorithm to mirror something else unless we correct the data. We collect the data, we analyze it, we assess it, and we need to work on that to make it a better, more inclusive, more equal data set before making an AI algorithm to use it. And it is same for, this is a technology related example, but this can easily be the problem of the future of infrastructure. What if we use a face recognition when we give access to bridges, and that algorithm turns to be a racist person. Then
this is so true. This is so true. There are a couple of more questions here in the chat. The one says, do you believe there are ways of implementing digital twins that help citizens to participate rather than just be monitored or watched?
Exactly.
Well, tricky one.
Yes, I believe that there should be a ways, and that will not come from some bigger power. It is us. We need to find a way to work together and to identify this. One of the things that I mentioned about design thinking was that we should design for people, with people. We should find a way to include our citizens when we are designing our infrastructure, construction projects, get their feedback, include them to the decision making. And I know it is not part of our traditional way of working, but this is what this century, this fourth industrial revolution, and the next generation is expecting us to do. So clearly, wonderful question.
Yeah, I can well concur with that one, and the fact that we don't engage that end user enough, and we don't talk to the people who actually use that asset, whether they're the commuter on the train, whether the person who drinks the water from that desalination plant, finding out what they actually need, not necessarily what they want, as you said a little bit earlier on, is the fact that some people have a slightly skewed interpretation of what they want compared to what they need. Only when we find that out, and we find out how it supports society as a whole, you know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, etc., we've got to make sure that we go up through that triangle. And it's at that point in time that when our digital twins optimize their performance, their efficiencies, to make sure society is the top level of what we can do with it, then we start to move forward. You know, that whole thing of how we measure what society firstly wants and how it reacts is massive. We did an experiment a little while ago on the London Bridge station project. And basically what we did was we took the construction timeline. I mean, this is a tiny little portion of it. We took the construction timeline and then we looked at all the social media posts around the station during the construction time, and then looked against the positive and negative posts against what was happening on the project itself. And so you could see how certain activities within construction had a positive impact on society and had a negative impact on society as such. Fascinating study. I don't know whether, I'm trying to remember what the guy's name was now. He was Scottish. No, I can't remember. But from Costain, really clever guy, and who's going to have a look at that and try and get some results. But as you say, so difficult to get that social bit out. But you know, as the original sort of government predictions tell us, you know, it's that 100%, 300%, 3,000% efficiency gains or productivity gains or whatever you want to call it. Are predicted through getting the society bit right. How exciting would that be?
Exactly, and there is technology to do that. It is not something impossible. We are virtual reality technologies are so much now progressed and advanced. When we are building something, we can easily put a VR headset there, invite the citizens to see how the project will look like. Before even starting, while we design, maybe we can design different versions, invite the citizens, get their feedback, and then design. And these are like, not only, I'm not saying this one, there is also really business value for this. We see this with artificial intelligence. Some people are hating that their data is collected. Even though we were having a pandemic, even where it was because of we were the ones who were giving our data on our mobile phones about if we have the COVID or not. People hated it because it was not felt natural. And allowing people to be included to this process can also make people to find themselves valued, listened, and the reaction doesn't happen.
Right. And if we have one more minute to ask the final question here from the question chart. Didem, do you have any insights you can share of situations where you have a highly complex problem where people play a big part? How do you go about deciding which data you need and how do you use it to generate options going forward when there is unlikely to be an optimum solution?
Yes, I mean, very good question. Again, it is especially for complex problems, it is very difficult to decide and model the data. For that reason, I said that we should change our mindsets and include people in our decision making and have this systemic perspective. Try to understand the product that I am building, who will engage with this, what are the organizations that will maybe need my data, what are the users that will use this product. And bring everyone together, this multidisciplinary way of working and including people early in the process will help us to understand so many user stories that can also influence who are stakeholders, what are key performance indicators. And when you have this, making a data model, making a data architecture is just so easy and it can be scalable. You can use many technologies to solve the problems later on. But this big first step is the one I would suggest that the biggest insight I can give is this first step that people need to think about.
Thank you so much, Didem. That was a very great presentation.
Thank you very much.
And please, if you could possibly just reply, I just left, I think, 3 questions unanswered. Just you can reply to them. Again, thank you so much. And we can welcome JJ. I don't know, Ian, if you would like to have a say, because I know you know JJ.
Definitely, fantastic. I had the great pleasure of meeting JJ and his team. Must have been 4 or 5 years ago, perhaps. In the academy in London, they dropped by, not knowing who we were and what we were doing. And we spent an incredible day talking through all sorts of things. And I learned so much. And I hope that it was a vice versa conversation as well. And they did as well. So JJ is now the principal in integrated planning at Anglo-American. And he works across the 33 assets from Anglo-American, where he continues his vision of having an organisation that has an integrated information approach to improve overall asset and project performances, ensuring step changes in revenue and cost respectively to ensure a sustainable future. I think that's one of the key things that sometimes we keep missing, and I keep hammering on about it, is we're not just building digital things just for the sake of it. We're building them for a purpose. There's a business purpose behind there. That business might exist to serve a people or an industrial need or a consumer need or whatever that might be. But we've got to create these digital things to actually, really drive our business purpose forward. So an interesting fact that JJ started his career in aerospace industry as a production engineer before exploring the world of finance and data mining as a consultant. The fun fact of the day for him is that he loves golf, and as it's a test of individual character where your decisions drive the outcome and reflect any good, bad strategies within the nature of the game. I think you're very right there. I've got to say that whenever I've played golf, I've always preferred to have a couple of beers beforehand to make me relax. So perhaps I ought to take that into consideration when I'm doing my next set of analysis. And he's going to talk about finding the missing link in a digital twin. So you're going to have to unmute your microphone, JJ, I think. And there we go. And I'll hand over to you. I think we were there.
Yeah, he unmuted.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, we can hear you all right.
Okay, thanks, Ian.
Bit faint though.
Sorry?
A bit faint, but yes.
Okay, I'll speak up then. Right, good afternoon, everyone. Ian, thanks for the opportunity for allowing me to share my journey around the missing link. I just wanted to get the presentation mode a little bit better, if you don't mind. Oh, man. Apologies, I'll get it. Technology is not my friend today.
No worries at all.
We can see you perfectly, but not the presentation.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. I think you need the presentation rather than me.
Surely not.
That looking better?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks a lot. So my presentation is actually today just to share a little bit of my learnings. And Ian, you're right. We met in 2015. It seems like many more than 5 years ago. And that's when we embarked on the journey of understanding at that stage BIM and also understanding what is this whole hype around digitalization and where does it fit into the mining space. And a couple of things have actually dawned on the last 5 years. And I thought this is an excellent opportunity that even if I could go back in time and I say, if I can have a discussion with myself 5 years later and I knew these things, would that have changed the way I've actually started to approach digitalization as well as the digital twin journey within the mining space? And hopefully today, although it's not infrastructure and it's more mining driven, I think various speakers have now alluded to it. Each one of us has got our own view of how this works. And what I wanted to do today is just give you some snippets of my lessons that I've learned through this short journey of 5 years and where I come from in this. And maybe just to give you a heads up, I did start this whole journey in the engineering space, moving into the capital space, and then currently I'm finding myself in the financial space. But there's something to be said about that connectivity between all three of those, as well as the other adjacencies around it. And hopefully today you can get some feedback on our journey, and I'm more than happy at the end to answer any questions that you might have. The first stumble block that I crossed is the difference between digitizing and digitalization. And it sounds arbitrary, but too many organizations that I've sort of endured and talked to and speak to, and even in the mining space, a lot of people think if I digitize something, that's okay. I'm actually doing digitalization. I'm building my digital twin. And the answer is no. If you fundamentally want to transform your business to be ready for the future, and that is looking at what the various of previous speakers have mentioned as well, is first of all, obviously in my case, to be profitable, but also sustainable. And how do we bring all of those things together? I believe that digitizing is just one aspect. It's not necessarily going to give you the step change that's required to be in business in 5, 10 or 50 years, depending on which business you are in. So although both of these two terms actually do carry value, and they also obviously got a different cost structure to each one of them, by merely digitizing, I believe you're doing continuous improvement. And at a point, your revenue and cost curves are going to cross one another, and you actually need fundamentally either innovation, technology, or something to step change those two things away from one again. So first nugget, make sure that you understand digitalization. It doesn't mean you don't need to do digitalization, but understand your bigger plan of how you actually want to intervene and bring those two together. The second lesson I learned too late, unfortunately, and that is, during this journey on becoming digital and the hundreds of different definitions of digital twin, we came to a sort of a crossroads, and we needed to understand what are the key principles that we're actually trying to achieve. Instead of just embarking and starting on this journey, what were those fundamental things that forms what I would call the backbone of this journey of moving into digitalization? And ultimately for us, it was around how do we actually making our decisions more effective and efficient in a way. And I'm just briefly going to mention them. The first one is obviously business focus. And it's not necessarily always around the business case. There's more things around that as well. But it's actually, how do I transform my business? Is what I'm going to do fundamentally going to transform me and set me on the path for the future? Data is king. I think we've heard enough this morning about data as well, and 100% agree with all that's been said. However, till today, people are scared to share data with one another within an organization, never mind outside an organization. But for me, the key thing there is we are not going to make any decision in the business if it's not backed up by data. We definitely need to move away from subjective views. We do have all the instruments, we do have all the data. Yes, we've got pockets of bad data as well, etc. But there's means and ways we could actually handle the whole discussion around data. The next one is actionable analytics. Too many people at the moment I've found is doing analytics, but if the analytics kicks out an answer or a direction, oh, it can't be right. I don't have enough sample size. Surely it can't be like that, and they're not action the outcomes from analytics. My thing is, if you do analytics, you need to buy into the decision making and actions around the analytics space as well. And then moving into technology and process to be agile. Technology is changing most probably today in the region of 8 to 12 months. When I started this journey, it was on 24 months. Technology changes comes through. So that time frame is coming down and down and down all the time. Those that embed business processes with certain systems and technologies for the future of long term, I've got news for you. Technology is changing at such a pace that your processes will be out of date. So the only way to do and adapt to this is to be agile and understand how do I actually take the benefit of these new technology layers and processes to be giving me that agile edge going forward. From a process automation perspective, too many times, and I'm going to cut it across various disciplines, accountants spend heaps of times reconciling between different entities of data sets and understand why the two data sets are reporting different numbers. Engineers themselves are spending weeks on driving out reports that is redundant because it's looking at the almost like in reverse and not looking at the forward looking and don't apply their brains from an analytic perspective. So if we can have some of these, what I would call no-brain automation processes, and I'm not even talking about automating plants or any of those, I'm just talking about the things that keep people busy on a daily basis for more than what it should. If we can automate that and release those people to be able to actually use the skills that they went and studied for from an analytical perspective, I believe we would be so much better off. And then lastly is around simplified architecture. This is where the connected data environment comes into play. It is a complex field. I deliberately put in the word simplified there because I think simplified, to make something simplified is complex. That's my view up to now. But the essence there is, how do I get this connected data environment so that I can trust the data and I can actually link it between different entities. And it doesn't have to be one data source or one database or a certain flavor or type of data, but it's more around how do I actually land it with spatial data, time series data, etc. in my connected data environment. Now, building on that, I believe that that data environment, that connected data environment is what I call the fourth element in people, processes, systems. A lot of people have told me that the data component sits in the systems component. I think it is so important. It's actually the fourth element in the people, process, system discussion. And the reason for that is visualization with the tools and techniques we have today is really making a game changer, especially in what I've seen now working with visualization. Our brains are working in pictures. We don't understand these complex Excel spreadsheets other than the person that actually created the Excel spreadsheet. And however, the businesses out there still runs a lot of things on Excel. And I was saying, how do I start visualizing that? From an integration perspective, this is where I think linking through the connected data environment and actually unleash the different layers of data to knowledge, to predictive components and wisdom as well. So this is where, if you get that right, it's really complex to do that right, but you will cut through the layers of trust and data visibility to the different entities. And then last but not least is, I believe, simulations is most probably the cheapest form of testing things and communicating things to decision makers in your business. Then another hoo-ha moment in the mining industry is when we started the journey with BIM and then over there after the digital twin, a lot of focus that we got when we talked to different people, especially in infrastructure, etc., was around the physical asset and what we will call the operating system. How do you actually operate that physical asset? It took us about 2 years to find our feet and understand that when we want to talk about the business, which is profitability, it's actually a function in our case of the resource, and the resource here is the mining resource in the ground. I'm not saying all of you got resources. A mining resource is as important as the physical asset, as important as the operating system. So we need to think of how do we transform our business to bring that kind of component in. So the lesson here is I actually want to say, if you are in a business, other than infrastructure, which is about the physical asset and how you operate and maintain and those, you have to ask yourself the question, is there not maybe a part that I'm missing? Because we definitely in the beginning missed the resource part, and then it becomes almost impossible to work out the business side of things from a profitability perspective. Because to give you an example, I can drive a treatment plant to all the KPIs that you can think of, and I can put a whole lot of sand through it. If I don't put the mineral through it, I'm not going to make money. So there's a clear example of highly efficient effectiveness from a plant and an operating system perspective, but if I don't put the right resource through it, I will not make the money. So the only point I want to make here is, please be aware that in your business, depending on what it is, it might have a third or a fourth or a fifth element that you need to bring into your discussion in the transformation moving forward. Then closer to where I found myself at the moment, I had a lot of experience in the last 5 years and a lot of headaches and gray hair in translating that value chain to the operational side of things. So that is moving something from the activities and the capacities through to what we will call a value driver tree, and understanding how does the value driver tree actually work from a business perspective, and what are the key KPIs that each one of them collectively brings up in the operations itself. There are the nonlinear components where we look at correlations and how they tie in, but from a maturity perspective, I almost want to say if you can link from the value driver tree right down to the economics, that would be my first preference and step. And what I'm fortunate to do at the moment is I'm actually starting to link these all back to income statements, balance sheets, and cash flows. And I believe that's sometimes missing in the discussion. When I started this whole journey in the engineering space or in the process plants, etc., it's very seldom that we talk about the income statement, the balance sheet, and the cash flows of that business unit or asset. And now in the case that I'm sitting at group level, it's actually got a different view as well. Now, if you don't have that link through, I believe we're missing something in the digital twin. And I think the second speaker this morning actually showed quite a neat way of how the digital twin progressed from asset eventually end up in business. And I think this is touching on something very similar. But this is what I'm trying to do at the moment, is that how do I link the financial outcomes and the business outcomes, as well as the sustainability component, back to operations and in the value chain? Because I think if you can manage to do that, you'll be so much better off in setting yourself onto the right path moving forward. So that made me look around for different models. I was too lazy to create my own models. And one of the ones I found that is the closest related to this kind of discussion was Patrick Churki's model that's on the screen at the moment. And that's what I just wanted to make aware of everybody in the audience is, although there's a business model layer, and we all pretty much understand the operating model, where we talk about the process and the tools and the organization itself, and where Industry 4.0 fits in. There's the go-to-market side for us as well, and some of you will also be in that space. However, when you talk about digitalization or digitizing, a lot of people immediately jumps to the bottom of this pyramid, and that's not necessarily wrong. But do you understand how that bottom links to the top, where the business model actually sits? And if you don't have a clear path through that, I'm afraid that you're still doing continuous improvement in very small bits, and you're not necessarily setting the business up for a path where I think in the future you'll need to be. So my biggest challenge to date was, how do I sum up a business model for a company on a 1 A3 sheet? So this is a simplified version of it, but it's almost a challenge out there. Can you put your business model on 1 A3 sheet? If the answer is no, then there's a question to be asked around the complexity as well as the fundamental understanding of it. So for us, it's around the enterprise risk strategy and market intelligence, pretty much the things that feeds in. Business planning is 5-year view. Scenario planning is the life of the assets. It could be anything from 30 to 80 years going forward. But the key aspect here is, do you have an asset portfolio management? Do you understand what your assets are all about? And then linking that back to feedback loops from how's the assets currently performing, as well as where do I want to spend my capital and how's my projects performing? And then those two inherently forms part of innovation as well as technology development that needs to feedback all the time. Now, I believe that once you got these into your higher level models of your digital twins, it will show up fairly quickly old KPIs that was established in the 1940s, especially in the mining space. That is still a KPI, but because it's not integrated, it does not give me the profitability. And we are spending money sometimes in the wrong space. So that's why I say, once you got this connected down to your level of your assets and the digital twins at that level, you can start talking about capital investment of effectiveness. I'm spending my capital on the right things moving forward. Obviously, enhanced project execution, because you will now be able to use that data from previous projects as well as current asset performances and understanding what is the things that you need to do and new technologies you need to bring in moving forward. But the biggest focus for me was around how do I step change the revenue curve or the cost curve, because you want to make sure that your life of your asset goes as long as possible. And to do that is you have to bring those revenue and cost curves as far as possible from one another. So to end off my presentation, I just want to re-emphasize that have an understanding if you are digitizing or are you digitalization, and have a clear view around principles on each one of these, because those questions are going to come your way when it becomes really difficult to pick between 2 or 3 or 4. The second part is around people, process, and systems. Don't underestimate the value that connected data environment can bring to you. And then last but not least, try early on to start doing the business lens on all the decisions that you're starting to make. I believe you can do digitalization, digital twin, the whole journey from a top down and from a bottom up. But someone needs to overlook and coordinate some of these things, because we are all, especially those in organizations that's fairly long histories of 50 or 100 years old, we've got very set ways of how we do things. And the journey that awaits us is actually going to upset all of those. And one of those key things is we need to be able to link everything back to a business lens of what's important for us from our business going forward. Ian, I think that's me for 20 minutes.
Absolutely fantastic, JJ. Really like that. And I love the business aspect. It's something that it hit me, must have been about a year ago or so now, that so there's been some wonderful stuff done around standards, wonderful stuff done around technologies and things like that. But why is the industry as a whole not just going, yeah, this is great, and just going on with it? And the real reason behind it is because we're not seeing the business benefits. If I went to a CEO and said, I want to collect this information and it's going to cost you £1 million, unless I can back that up with a reason or a business reason, an actual API behind it, then they're not going to give me the money. They're not going to do it. And I think people get so focused on their own world, they forget that bigger business picture. It's really good to see it in process, because I've been doing some work with Cambridge University of late, looking at how we can extract outcomes from executive strategies. So you take your CEO's executive strategy, work out what paragraphs are important, extract plain language outcomes, extract critical success factors, and then link those to individual assets, so you can understand that this piece of information with this this particular asset actually impacts on the outcome that the executive wanted in the first place. And that thread that goes through that you're talking about there is just so important. You just can't really drive that home enough, and it's brilliant to see what you're doing. Did you find a better buy-in when you started talking to your CEOs and the top level guys and said, look, I can collect this information and make your lives easier, make it, make you understand how you're doing your business world better? What kind of conversations did you have with them? Were they positive? Were they difficult ones? How did you persuade them?
Good question, Ian. I didn't expect anything less from you. Yeah, I think my first discussion was actually I started with the CFOs and not necessarily the CEOs, because the CFOs are responsible from a money perspective. So one of the key things that I think is important is to use their language, if I can punt it like that. And I think you're right, and that is that how do you translate all the engineering process, all of those components to a CFO language? You need to be able to adapt the language to that they can link and understand. When you go to them with business processes and value driver trees and OEEs and engineering and reliability, that is, the shutters goes down. How much is this going to cost me? I really don't understand where this fits in, and. But when I can actually simulate to him and say, if I can track truck X, Y, Z, and I can make it twice as effective and efficient, your bottom line is going to change with this, and this is after tax, and this is all these things going off. They're like, that's interesting. You know what? I want to use this tool in some of the key projects that I'm sitting in to evaluate, because it gives me, but you can give them what I would call the back of a cigarette box simplified model. They don't have to go through the whole model, but it will give them a yay or nay between 2 or 3 or 5 things. Because let's face it, these things are not that complicated at a high level. As you go down into the engineering space, yes, by all means, it becomes really, really, really complicated. Then the discussion with the CEOs becomes easier because his right-hand man is the CFO. So he normally turns to his CFO. Do you support this? Yes or no, and so forth. But the CEO is quite interesting. He's more interested in the sustainability and the longer-term view than the financial view. So it's a slightly different discussion. So now energy efficiency, carbon footprints, all of those things becomes a little bit more to the topic than the financial system with the CFO. So I think my answer to you would be is, what I've experienced is you need to adapt your language. It's not one message to all. You need to know who are those individuals and how and what do I trigger in their head to explain the story. Because if I want to do carbon footprint or energy efficiency with the CEO, it's got a cost component that sits in the CFO's head. And it's got a different connotation in the environmentalist's head, and it's got a different connotation into the engineer's head on around maintenance of additional things that he needs to maintain. And you need to be able to adapt. I don't know if that answers your question, but that is how I approached it.
Brilliant. And I think that it's those approaches and being able to understand how to approach the higher level is just so important with all of this. That's brilliant. I think we definitely need to get together when you're coming over in the new year.
Yeah, coming in January. Yeah.
Brilliant. We've got to get together, because I can see us filling days and days of just chatting about how we get business information and link it with our assets. And it's going to be and there's a few beers I'm sure will be going down at the same time. There's a couple of questions in the side here. So I'll pick the easy one because that's always the way you should go first. It says, whose model is that triangle? So
I'll share my slide. So I'll share it in the slide deck. It is in the bottom with the website where you can actually get it. So I'll make sure that that's available. Well, it is on the slide, but I'll share it. It's easier to go straight to that website, but it's quite interesting. I stumbled onto that slide when I actually were looking at behavioral change in digitalization, which was interesting because I still believe that although we've got all the tech and the 3D and all of these kind of things, the key thing here is how do I get people's head to change? It's the tools are, I wouldn't say it's easy, but the tools got its own challenges. But we are at the stage now that it's more about how do I influence the behavioral change, and this is where we talk about new millenniums versus older generation, and as well as how do we set my organization up for the future of a new way of working. And COVID, in a way, have actually just accelerated some of these components, not all of it, but some of these components for you. So yeah, I mean, I think it's easier if I just give them the whole link. I'll paste it into the whole link into the chat so that people will have the whole link in there.
Absolutely fantastic. So there's one other question. I think we've got just a few minutes. That says, I think we might have answered this already, but it says most directors within a business only understand ROI data, but without a case study to build a business case, investment is difficult at best. How do you measure him? Not quite sure It was unfortunately it was an anonymous question, so I can't get them to clarify.
I've received some other questions before as well from different entities, and the answer is fairly easy. If you understand what is important for your organization, is it cash flow, free cash flow? Is that EBITDA? What are the things that's important to your organization? Because that sits at the top that you actually want to focus on. And bearing in mind that over years, these things might change because your organization might be in a cash strap, so then cash is more important than something else. So it's not a set in stone. But if you know what that would be, then I want to say, how do I link that back down to at the end in that the lower level technology layers? Because what I found is the engineers are not, a no pun, but the engineers are not good to translate that into ROIs or cash flows and things like that. They're very good to tell you that if I do the following, I can improve the efficiency, or I can do the utilization or the operational OEEs and all of these things I can change. You need to have a tool to translate that back to whatever your business found interesting. And guess what? It's a value driver tree, but for a CFO or a CEO, because that's all it is, because all these things feeds up into either a revenue stream or a cost stream, and they meet each other, and that's the profitability stream. And what I've now built within Anglo is I've built a group value driver tree that looks at all the assets. Then I've built a value driver tree at each of the BUs, which is the conglomerate of the minerals. And then there's a value driver tree that the engineers built on the site itself. But now, because different questions are different, so it depends on who asked the question. If it is a question from a group, it's a little bit more complicated, but normally it's just have your value driver tree, loosely speaking, for the business from a financial linking down into the lower level technical ones.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing you hit on there as a final note is the change control thing, because CFOs, CEOs, etc., they change every 3 or 4 years. And what your executive strategy might be this year might be different in 2 or 3 years' time. And so, yes, you've now got all this information, gathering systems and databases out there, but actually you've got to have the change management in place so you can review it when a new CEO comes on board. Am I collecting the right information? And if something is now redundant, being able to, and having the intelligence just to say, well, we don't need to collect that information anymore. It's costing us X, Y, and Z. It's not part of our business environment anymore. Get rid of it. So yeah, that change world, very important. Brilliant. Okay, thank you very, very much indeed, sir. It is always a pleasure to listen to you and to hear what's going on in your world. So we're going to take a break now. So we've got 15 minutes. And we're going to return back online at 1:45, at which point in time we've had a few little technical hiccups as such along the way. So we're going to have to try and solve those during the break. But otherwise, we shall see you all in a few minutes. And thank you once again for sticking with us. Cheers.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Ah, hello, yes. Yes, I can indeed.
Okay, okay.
Is that Matúš?
Yes, yeah, great that it works.
That's fantastic. I'm so pleased that you've been able to dial in. Very good indeed.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
my name? So it's Matúš. So you can,
yes, amazing.
Yeah,
Yay.
good
so
stuff.
you can play the video for the slides. It will be difficult to manage over the call, but I'll be here for the questions on the phone call.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's great. That's great. So first of all, let's wait for 2 minutes. Do you think, Ian?
Sorry, I can't understand.
Splendid. So, welcome back, everybody. I'm sure we'll give 2 or 3 minutes just to allow everybody to grab their cup of tea. What you probably noticed is we're having a few hiccups on the technical front, getting people in and out of the call. It seems Teams has restricted us to, I think it's only 8 presenters or something like that. And so we're having a lot of difficulty getting people in and out. So we're solving this through an incredible array of phone calls, videos, and all sorts of other bits and bobs. So bear with us. So our next presentation coming up will be part video, part phone call. I'm so pleased that we were able to get the man himself into a phone call so we can answer your questions, because I'm thinking that you're definitely going to have a lot of questions on this one. So we'll give it a few more minutes. I think what's really interesting as we go through this is the current theme. The theme underlying all of this is basically boiling down to productivity, making productivity improvements on whatever you're doing, whether that's your people, whether that's your processes, whether that's your delivery of a building, or your designing of something, or your operations, or your maintenance. Improving the productivity of your assets and your workforce seems to be a common theme within there. And it just reminded me that an initiative that COMIT are working on at the moment, one of our sponsors for today, looking at productivity improvements in our industry as a whole. There's some really interesting stuff going on there. One of them is on Friday. There's a session about 4D and how proper planning and scheduling will help to improve a lot of productivity within the construction and the design cycles. So if you want to know more about that, get in contact with me on LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever it might be, and please do come along on Friday. We normally have a good gin and tonic during that presentation. So, right, welcome back. I'm going to hand you over very briefly to Maria, who's going to introduce our next speaker, and go to play the video that will allow that speaker to come into our worlds without presenting through here. So I'm just going to put that on there and then send that live across to there. So Maria, over to you.
Great, thank you, Ian. So today we will have a very weird talk because it's going to be half phone, half video. Unfortunately, Matúš is on the phone. He can hear us and he can speak, but he cannot demonstrate and present what he's done. So Matúš is coming from Matúš Tomlein, a data scientist engineer from Pygmalios retail company. Which is kind of a very different industry compared to the rest of the industries that we saw so far. Each day, according to what he said, an interesting fact to share with you, each day he processes over 300,000 visits to retail stores and over 1 million coordinates of shopping trajectories. Also today he will talk about how digital twins support processes and decision making within retail. cases and how we use sensor data to support them. Let me share with you unfortunately, my video. So hopefully anyone can see it, this one. And let me see if it's audible. Yeah, great.
Hi, my name is Matúš.
Hopefully.
I'm a data science engineer at Pygmalios.
Turn the sound up a bit.
That's the maximum.
And how we use and understand them at Pygmalios.
Very quiet.
What's actually going on at retail stores?
Sorry, wait.
A guy who's looking for the X and can't find them. There might be some shop waiting for a long time to be served. There might be a business waiting for assistance and
We lost the sound. Maria?
Yep. Yes, what?
So we've lost the sound on that completely. It didn't come through.
Okay. Can you hear it?
No.
Okay, that's misfortune. Let me reshare it.
What we'll do is I'll find it on my machine and see if I can bring it up as well.
I can also share the presentations of Matúš, and then maybe he can talk over the presentation.
Right. Okay. Let me try one once for me, and then we'll go from there. Okay. So let me come back into the call. I need to share that. Oh no. Cool. Is that sharing okay?
Yeah.
Come through? Yes. Right. Okay. I'm going to throw it there.
And have you included the audio? Have you ticked the button?
Probably not. Hang on. Let me get back to the beginning. Right. So when I stop sharing, I want to share. Include system audio. There we go. We'll get there in the end. We promise. Right. Okay. So let's turn the sound nicely up.
Hi, my name is Matúš and I work as data science
engineer
at Pygmalios. And I'll talk to you about digital twins of retail stores and how we use and understand them at Pygmalios. So what's actually going on at retail stores? There could be a guy who is looking for the X and can't find them. There might be some shoppers in the queue waiting for a long time to be served. There might be a businesswoman who gives up waiting for assistance and just leaves the store without being served. Maybe the staff have no customers to serve and are just hanging around with nothing to do. Or there could be some shopping carts blocking the aisle and blocking the traffic in the store. Maybe the number of shoppers inside the store is violating the COVID-19 regulations for social distancing. So when we talk about digital twins in retail stores, what we understand is that is some kind of a virtual representation of these events that happen at the stores in time. And specifically, we are not talking about the individual events. We look at them in a more aggregated sense. We look at patterns instead of individual data points, and we look at aggregated statistics and aggregated data. So in order to create these digital twins of retail stores, we make use of different kinds of IoT sensors. We have sensors that are based on 3D cameras that are mounted on the ceiling. We have sensors that use positioning using Bluetooth beacons, or we have Wi-Fi routers and access points that collect data. And all these technologies come with different trade-offs in terms of accuracy, and also they capture different parts of the events and what's going on at the retail stores. So to give you some examples, one type of data we look at and we collect is the browsing. So we look at the customer routes, the routes that shoppers take when they are visiting the stores, where they dwell, where they hang around, what sections of the store they pass. And we are extracting metrics based on that. We look at the traffic, so how many people visit the store, how many come inside and go outside, and at what times. And we can do this counting very accurately and with a high precision. Then we look at the data for demographics. So we are trying to recognize the gender and age distribution of the shoppers and give statistics based on that. And finally, we can look at queues specifically. So we may have some video cameras mounted above queues and see what are how many people are waiting in queue, what's the queue length, how long they are waiting, what is the service time for the queues. So basically our digital twins are built on top of these 4 different data types of data. We have the browsing data for the customer routes. We have the traffic data for how many people enter and exit the store and what's the occupancy of the stores. We have data about the gender and age of visitors, the demographic data, and then we have the queue data about the lengths and waiting times in queues. And on top of these digital twins, we built different applications and services. So one crucial one that we have been working on for a long time is our analytics app. So this is an application that gives you insights and lets you look at the metrics within your store. So you can explore metrics such as occupancy or shopping times in the store. You can look at the different time ranges. You can compare different regions of time. You can compare different stores. So it's something like Google Analytics, but taken to a different context, taken to retail stores. The second category of applications that we built based on the digital twins is our real-time applications for real-time support. So to give you an example, we have been working on this kind of traffic light system that signalizes whether customers may enter or should wait before entering the store based on what is the occupancy, how many people are inside the store, and whether it's under the threshold or the regulations for social distancing due to COVID, or whether they should wait and until somebody leaves the store. And we can do this in real time, so we can have these traffic lights over the entrance of the store and signalize when should the customers enter or not. And the final category of applications and tools we built on top of this data is our planning and optimization applications and services. So in this case, we are trying to support actual processes that happen inside the stores or processes that are going on at the stores, and let the store managers or store owners to plan and optimize these processes based on data based on the data. So we are looking at specific cases, for instance, planning the staff, planning how many, when should employees come to work, or planning the tasks that should happen inside the stores, when should be some goods filled up, or other examples. And actually, I'll talk a bit more about this final category of applications, and I'll take a case that we have been working on recently, and we are still working on, and that's staff planning. So staff planning is a task where we want to create this schedule, this employee schedule that looks something like this. So you have a schedule of when should each employee come to work on different days. So we are trying to build this a month in advance. And this schedule kind of says that, okay, this employee should come to work at 8 in the morning and should leave at 5 in the evening, or they have vacation, they have doctors. So the goal is to create this employee schedule. And this is a standard task that happens in most retail stores. The thing that we are trying to bring here is the digital twin data. So we are trying to have the employee schedule actually reflect what is needed in the stores. So we want to be able to come as close as we can to the headcount that is needed for the number of shoppers, or for the traffic in the store, for the number of transactions that happen. And that's why digital twins are useful here. Using digital twins and the data we are trying to predict the needed headcount in the store, and then trying to find the schedule that fits that best fits the predictions. So to give you an idea of the whole process around generating these schedules, well, first we start with our data. We start with the historical data for the traffic, for how many people are visiting the stores, what's the occupancy. You may use transactional data from the past, and we can look at the service times for customers. And we use this data to predict what is the need for the headcount for the staff for the next month. So we are predicting a month in advance what would be the best headcount for each 15-minute slot for each day of the month. And then we combine these predictions with information about how many employees are there, what are their restrictions, what is their availability, when do they have vacations, doctor appointments, stuff like that, and also with rules about how should employee schedules be constructed. So maybe rules about that when somebody is working one day, the next day, well, there has to be a gap between the end and start of his shift the next day, or the duration of the maximal duration of working shift. So we take these three sets of data: the staff need, the employee availability, and the workforce rules, and we apply a constraint solver. I'll explain later what this means, but we have a solver that takes this model of the problem and kind of produces the schedule to best fit the need or the constraints. But of course, this is not the final schedule. So this schedule is being adapted by the end users, by the store managers, and it's changed over time. Also, as the month goes on, there could be some unexpected events, somebody has to take a day off, so the schedule is adapted, and we support this. And then we also look at what kind of changes the store managers did to adapt the schedule, and we're trying to learn from these changes and take them into consideration when we build the schedules for the next month. So we're trying to learn from their preferences of the store managers. So I mentioned this constraint solver. So constraint optimization is kind of the general problem area that we work with and we deal with. And in this problem, in this task, what you do is you model the problem using variables, using constraints, and using objectives. So variables are basically like states. You can have a variable that says, okay, this employee should work on Monday from 9 to 9:15. So that's like a Boolean variable. Yeah, he should be at work, he should not be at work. Then you have constraints that work with these variables and kind of provide rules about which variables can be and cannot be like activated in different scenarios. And constraints can be hard and they can be soft. So hard constraints are for instance, some workforce rules that state that you should have gaps between work shifts. How long should the gaps be, or maybe some rules about what's the fair distribution of morning shifts across employees in the store. And then you can have soft constraints, and soft constraints are objectives. So these are our optimization goals. So we are trying to come as close as we can to these goals. But of course, we might not fulfill them. But these are, for instance, how well we reflect the needed headcount or the predicted headcount for the store at each time. We are trying to optimize to get to that number as close as we can. And so when we have this model of the problem, we apply this solver. We push this model to the solver, and its job is kind of to identify the feasible and ideally optimal solutions out of a very large set of candidates. And basically, the solver is kind of a black box. So our input is into the model. We can tune the problem model. We don't have access to the solver, or in our case, we don't mess with the solver. We optimize the model. So on the right side, to give you just some idea of how this works in practice, or how it's defined in practice, we have one problem that's defined here. So we are trying to maximize 2x plus 2y plus 3z, and we have some constraints. So in the first table, you can see these are the hard constraints. For instance, that's 3x minus 5y plus 7z is less than or equal 45. This is a hard constraint that the solver has to satisfy. And then under that, we have the definition of variables x, y, z. And the soft constraint in this case, or the optimization goal, is to maximize 2x plus 2y plus 3z. And under that, I have an example of how this would be implemented in the framework that we use. So the framework is Google OR Tools. And so in this framework, you would kind of write the Python code that would define the variables, their lower and upper bounds. You would add the constraints using these inequalities. And then you would set the optimization goal by maximizing the final equation. Okay, so what we discovered is that well, user interaction is kind of key in this problem. So schedules are kind of like living things. They change. They are adapted. They also the store managers have different traditions of how they solve different edge cases. So they need to be able to easily and quickly adapt the schedule. So the way we think about this is that our solver kind of produces the suggestion. So we produce a suggestion of how this schedule can look like, and this is then iterated over by the user, and we take the user feedback, the changes that they made, and try to improve our optimization in the future based on them. So the benefits that the system provides, well, it saves time for store managers who don't have to do this manually. It improves the operational performance by trying to reflect the needed headcount. That can lead to the better customer service, lower waiting times, better experience for the customers and employees, and in turn result in better revenues. Okay, so what we learned from in this task? Well, we learned that the digital twins and the data is a key part, but it's just one part of the puzzle. So we also have to be able to model the domain. In our case, the domain is quite expressive. We have to be able to model the workforce rules, the preferences of employees. We also have to be able to get feedback from the users and let them interact with the schedule. So this combination of the models, the digital twins, the domain models, and the end user changes is what allows us to find the correct solution. We also learned that store managers have different traditions in how they want to address the problem, and so we have to find the right trade-off between how flexible should we be towards changes from the managers, and also we'll try to find the common ground for all the stores. And also one thought, there is more to AI than machine learning, so constraint optimization is quite a powerful tool and provides you with expressiveness and dependability that you might not be able to get with machine learning. But also it comes with its own challenges. It's kind of a black box, and there is a learning curve that you have to climb. But for the right job, if you find the right job, it's the right tool. All right, so wrapping up. So how do we see digital twins at Pygmalios? Well, they provide insights into what's going on at stores. So that's one of the benefits, a crucial one for us, that we can understand and our clients can understand the behavior of shoppers, how it changes over time. But they're also an enabler for supporting processes that are ongoing at stores. For instance, the occupancy regulation, management of the queue, staff planning, task scheduling, setting opening hours. So we think that a lot of value can come by using the digital twins to kind of and integrating them into the domain, into the challenges that are being addressed, that the people are dealing with at the stores. The challenges that we deal with, we of course, one of the key challenges is ensuring the quality of the sensor data, and this is a topic for another talk, but we have a system built around monitoring data, and we're still improving it. Another challenge is the actionability. So there is lots of interesting insights you can gain from the data, but only some of them are actionable. And our users are busy. We have to be able to find the actionable insights. we also learned that the domain knowledge is important. Data is not enough. We also have to combine data and domain knowledge, and because like you can't explain everything from the data, and there is lots of processes that are happening around retail stores that you need to be able to consider. And finally, privacy and ethical guidelines are a crucial challenge for us. So it's a priority for us. We have in-house experts that are working in a team, trying to address them and fulfill them as best as we can. Okay, so thank you for your attention.
So great, thank you so much, Matúš, and thank you, Ian, for hosting.
I guess when I started working with schools, this was certainly back in the days, you know, the turn of 2002, 2003, working on the major school projects as land surveyor, meeting loads of children. A lot of people on the line kind of know the story. It's well documented already. But I think that experiencing firsthand the lack of awareness of what was going on behind the hoardings from both teachers and students, and again, you know, a lack of awareness could be termed as complete disregard in some schools. But the fact is, when the children were getting that first assembly message of "you're getting a new school, how exciting," which was then swiftly followed by "a building site is very dangerous, you must keep out," the excitement that children had about a new school quickly turned to ignorance, and you know, it was kind of that. Let the builders get on with their job while we get on with ours. You know, you're getting an education and ultimately a job that you love. And I found that really, really sort of discouraging somehow in schools. And I find it hard to believe that even 11 years on, we're still having the same conversations about image of construction, attraction, recruitment, retention. I mean, it's exhausting and verging on depressing, it has to be said. And particularly for me, I'm happy always. I'm bubbly. I'm super enthusiastic about my industry. I'm an eternal optimist. But when you keep reading these headlines, and I keep getting invitations to speak about the skills crisis at another careers event, it really does just bring me down. So I kind of wanted to give a background to my route to a digital twin. And I might be putting myself up here to get absolutely blasted by this supreme audience that you've got. But for me, it started in a pub in Glasgow, which is ironic because getting into civil engineering and site surveying started in a nightclub in Sheffield. So there's a theme here. But I was sat down in a Glasgow pub with my friend Martin McDonnell of Soloist. Many people all know him. He's a good friend of mine. He's a fellow parent, and he's certainly a fellow innovator. And we often have some great mind-blowing conversations about the art of the possible. We always focus on what we can do rather than what we can't. I mean, that's a message I think that COVID's brought for everyone. You know, let's focus on the good, not necessarily what we can't control. And that kind of philosophy has also seen me bypass the rhetoric of politics and just do what I feel as a mother, as an educator now, and indeed as a construction professional. Let's just do what's good for the kids. And you kind of know what's good for the kids because ultimately, yes, they're getting great jobs, but they're happy. They're having fun in the classroom. They're really, really thriving, hanging on every word that you say. And when you're telling them about the built environment, when you're telling them about the amazing infrastructure projects that really, really, really transform lives globally, you know, you put a road in that connects people, you put a new sewage system in villages in Africa, you know, you really, really have the potential to save lives, change lives, and certainly have an impact on the planet. So I must say at the time, the conversation that I was having with Martin went kind of something like this. You know, in design, engineer, construct, we're enabling people, young people and often, let's say, children from 11 and 12 years old to see the evolution of their own iconic buildings, from those first discussions around the table to concept sketches right through to digital models. But there was always something missing. And I think the big thing for me was always enabling our students to build on their chosen site and measure the performance and impact of their building on that site. And I actually said to Martin at the time, I want to bring the site to the classroom. And that became that guiding principle that kicked off a technology development that would transform the site visit into something real, something that children really, really could embrace and that was useful. So a year later, Martin and I, we stood on the stage of Digital Construction Week back in 2016. And I realized that we've moved on our slides. Oh, there we go. Right. We stood on the stage of Digital Construction Week and we talked about delivering the DEC curriculum through VR and actually AR. And how could we really, really transform the educational experience? And we kind of discussed what the issues were around visiting a site, you know, seeing a real building being constructed. So on to the next slide. This was the first issue. It's a dangerous place. Do not enter. You know, all the things that I was saying, you know, the hoardings go up. Suddenly you are having to have a health and safety check before you go on site. You're in PPE, often the PPE doesn't fit. You can't take everyone on site that you want to take on site because construction firms can only lead, you know, small groups. And then the next slide, this is some work that was actually done at our GCSE level 2. This was visiting a real construction site in Manchester. This is a GCSE student, so 14 to 16 years old. But even the issue here, you know, getting to site costs time away from the classroom. So getting a bus there and back costs money. And then there's that risk assessment. And yet the children wanted to design buildings that would work on their site, that could be measured, that could take into account, you know, the sun path, that could take into account the overshadowing of existing buildings and so on. So they were modeling these and getting quite advanced, you know, whether it's in, you know, through Bentley or Autodesk software, or we were using Google Maps, something very, very basic, but always doing evaluation, always doing performance measurement. And then on the next slide, this is another big issue. We were dealing with children in the remote Highlands of Scotland. How do you just nip on site if you live in the Highlands? You can't just stumble down to Glasgow in 10 minutes and get on to see an office block, or, you know, go across to Edinburgh and see what they're doing at Waverley Station. And then again, I mean, that's the UK. But if you go on to the next slide, these 4 students, all these students are now at university through the programme. They were designing a school for African children. Now, all these kids on a mobile phone, but they didn't have access to any sort of topographical data. We just had to guess what it looked like. And thankfully, our friends at John Moores University went across and did a survey. They were doing some other work. So, you know, one thing, getting to a site when you're in the Highlands of Scotland, when you get into a site as a UK kid and you want to be in Africa, that's a whole different ball game with a whole different climate and a whole different audience, a whole different end user. And then even moving on to the next slide, we were talking about Crossrail, you know, this incredible project, this amazing infrastructure project that, okay, is getting some bad press now, but it's still an amazing project. And when the kids were looking at the photos that were coming through, they weren't inspired at all. They were just seeing photos like these. These are press type photographs. And they're saying, well, that looks dull. It looks dirty. I don't want to work down there. But visualize it. Let me get down that creepy tunnel. That would be really, really cool. And we can make all that happen. But how many kids get access to stuff like this? There's the inspiration piece. And then even, you know, Hinkley Point, the next slide, getting onto Hinkley, you know, you can't get up close with nuclear, and yet you can, because there's ways of doing it through education. There's ways of doing it through apps and virtualizations and visualizations and so on. And this is, to me, where the digital twin comes into its own. How can we use it better for educating the next generation? And so that mantra became real. So the next slide was that what we left people with 5 years ago: get real. Let's get real with education. Let's bring the site to the classroom. And we started developing an app with Soloist and now with Sublime, and now it's emerged onto Edify. And some of the guys who know Martin will see what the great stuff they've been doing with universities through VR and AR and so on. But it still wasn't enough, because unfortunately, when the biggest barrier actually to educating young kids is people taking you seriously, because they're kids. You know, they're not going to be in the industry for maybe 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 years. So nobody really takes kids seriously until they're looking for talent. then they take you seriously. And now actually we've signed a fantastic strategic partnership with Balfour Beatty. They're going to be coming to our school for all their talent now, because they know what our kids produce. And hopefully those in the audience who know me very well know what our kids produce too. So on to the next slide. We had to do something more. And we were coming up to 10 years old as Class of Your Own. And I just said, you know, I'd started working with the guys at Bentley and saying, look, all my friends in infrastructure are saying, you know, let's really put kids on this upward trajectory, get them into infrastructure. Let's recruit for things like HS2. Let's recruit deck kids for Hyperloop, for the highways, and so on. So that skills agenda was still an issue. So I sat down with colleagues at Bentley. I sat down with another good friend of mine, Mark Fleming, and I said, look, I want to put together a curriculum that really helps children understand infrastructure. And I appealed for support on this. We've got amazing support actually come through now. We're working with Centre for Digital Build Britain. We're working with Bentley. We're working with Topcon. We're working with lovely people like Paul Shilcock. I mean, ironically, Paul developed his Abou-Rahme Academy probably for industry, but certainly we're using Abou-Rahme Academy for the very, very first programme. Unit 1 talks about digital intelligence and innovative solutions for global infrastructure projects. We've actually hacked into Paul's Abou-Rahme Academy to understand the use of common data environments in infrastructure projects. These are 16-year-olds, and it's helping our teachers learn. So by the time our kids are coming through, we're looking at cybersecurity, we're looking at digital twin concepts for, you know, understanding physical infrastructure assets, you know, looking at point cloud data. I mean, we've been looking at point clouds with kids for years. Forgive me, I'm a surveyor. It was always going to happen. We're looking at leadership. So lovely people like Peter Hansford have got involved, done some great videos on what does a future leader look like, what do they need to know. We're looking at machine learning, we're looking at artificial intelligence. We've had lovely folks like Neil Thompson and Didem, who's been on earlier, helping us with all that, you know, how to inspire children through this. And the greatest opportunity we have as an industry now is to make sure that our kids are plugging that gap, because we couldn't cope with BIM, and sure as hell are not going to cope with digital twins and getting the skills and talent that this industry needs when we finally figure it all out. So that was the whole purpose of Future Infrastructure, and putting together essentially a qualification that will give kids at 16 years old something to aspire to when they go through their A-levels, when they go through their further education and are looking towards university. It was so important that they could deliver their own major projects through the use of digital twins, through the use of advanced technologies, and actually learn from people like you guys in the audience today. So now we're starting to roll this out with the support of Kaunas University. My lovely friend Andrius was on earlier. So we're working very, very closely with Kaunas over the next few years. We're working very, very closely with CDBB. And, you know, in creating this curriculum, you suddenly now develop a whole suite of learning programs that lead to robust qualifications supported by industry that cover sustainability, that cover buildings and infrastructure. And you have a medium to bring the site to the classroom through digital twins and things like our reconstructed app. And all we needed now was a city to try it out on. And there are some great cities doing great things around the world. But I have to say, and maybe this is quite a proud moment for somebody who was born in the north and indeed, you know, made the sort of transition over to the northwest from Sheffield to Clitheroe into Lancashire and out to the great northwest. Because when I have been appealing for all these years for great cities and capital cities at that to support children more, I've had a lot of kickback, and a lot of that kickback has come from, you know, the people in charge of education. So when I go to the Mayor of Liverpool and say, look, you've got an incredible small town that's developing just out near Croxteth in Liverpool. I want to do something extraordinary with education now, and let's stop messing around with politics, and let's just do something amazing for young people that everybody can get involved in. So I contacted Joe Anderson, the Mayor of Liverpool, and I put to him that the Stonebridge Cross housing development could be the most exciting, innovative, ambitious, inclusive, people and planet focused initiative that would really genuinely connect local communities through innovative education. And basically, this is a housing development, 2,000 homes, and the Mayor of Liverpool rather, is actually saying he wants it to be the most eco-friendly housing development that'll create a carbon neutral community with 2,000 modern energy efficient homes and other green features such as electric car charging points and micro generators. And I actually said to Joe, who's a very, very nice bloke, his background is in education and working with the most deprived children. I said to him, how real do you want this to be? Because please, 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 let this not be greenwash. Let this not be something that is just another load of boxes on a housing estate. And I think it's that thing, whether we're children, have children, or we are grandchildren, or we're just simply aware of the children around us because we go into schools and we help and so on. A city design with the children at the forefront is a city that can have a profound impact on an entire community. And for me, the headline is wanting our children to be safe, secure and healthy, living in an environment where the air they breathe is clean, they're not at risk in the streets and spaces they play in, and where inclusion is the norm. So I put to Joe Anderson, let us make a digital twin. Let us work on the infrastructure and the housing of this incredible development that you almost want to kind of leave your own legacy for. And let's invite all the great and the good of industry to get involved in it. And let's not play at it. Let's take out the politics. Let's take out the competition between one firm and another wanting to get the best digital twin. Let's just do it for the good of education. And let's also look at, in doing that, how can we actually impact deprivation? How can we help children climb up that social ladder, get out of that social deprivation and get into great jobs in industry? So I'm going to kind of leave you with this next slide that is probably the most exciting opportunity this decade. And this is going to be revealed over the next few weeks. And we're going to be revealing it through social media, through a great announcement. And it really, really is the most exciting opportunity this decade. It gives 5 to 7 years of education for children around digital twins, around a really, really, really exciting, inspirational curriculum that you guys have actually helped put together. So my final slide is just simply my email address. I want everyone who's listening today who is even slightly inspired by educating the future of construction to give me a call, drop me a line and get involved. And I promise you this much, if you want to leave a digital twin legacy, I'm an expert on twins. I am a twin. And if anybody can tell you about what it's like to be a twin, the advantages, let me know, because I am a real digital twin. Thanks everyone for listening.
That's brilliant. Thank you so very much, Alison. An incredible initiative, really. And as we've sort of kind of alluded to all the way through the day, all these elements that are leading to building future cities, future infrastructure, future mining or aerospace or whatever it might be, the key thing with all of these is people. And if we haven't got the engineers, the young engineers coming through, then how are we going to run these things? Who's going to actually use them? Who's going to design the new thing? Who's going to build the new thing? Who's going to operate it? Who's going to maintain it? It's inspiring. Every time I listen to you, I get enthusiastic and excited about the next generation. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Ian. I always enjoy this because I know that the people who sign up to listen, they really give a damn. But I think it's that same thing that we bypass all the time. Children are not children for very long. And we all know how fast this 6 months have gone. And I think the digital technology and the way that children have just, if they've had the capacity to be digital, they've embraced it. I have a 17-year-old who's not complained once about the fact that she's, having to keep up online. She's having to do Teams chat. She's having to do Zooms. They just flip from one to the other. Let's remember that these children are our next employees, and let's make them proud to be in the industry that we're in as well. And that's my only ask. Get involved. Don't just say it, do it. Actions speak louder than words. I'll leave you to the rest of your conference. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you very much, Alison. Really.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Alison. And I don't know if Alison can hear us or she left. She left?
I'm still here.
Ah, okay. Because I don't know if you can see the chat. I know that, and Anthony, you can have a word if you want, because he says that how much your enthusiasm about construction and how much we can learn from your ethos. And totally agree. And it's also my personal view, totally agree that we should leave the politics outside of this because we talk about children. And so I don't know, Anthony, if you would like to add more on that. And because Alison, I think you have a supporter. So yeah.
Well, thanks everyone. I'm going to leave you now. I'm about to speak to hundreds of teachers. It's the Creative Bravery Conference that kicked off yesterday in Scotland, and there's hundreds of teachers who want to get involved in our industry. So you guys better be ready. I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much for being a speaker today.
Thank you for having me. I'll see you all soon.
Okay, bye-bye. See you again.
Wonderful. So we come towards the end of the day, and really what we wanted to do was to wrap things up and to bring any of our speakers who we've still got involved in there to basically to make any comments, to answer any of the questions they want to expand on from the earlier questions that came up in the chat, or just basically to make any sort of final statements they wanted to do from the day. So
now we have also Andrius is still here, Didem is still here, JJ I think is here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you want to have like a sum up, oh hi Andrius, if you would like to help us having a sum up conversation about what we saw today, what you said, what if you agree, if you don't agree, that will be even much better. That will add more, some drama, not just a flat conversation. And anything that you would like to share. And Ian, of course, please, you can share your thoughts, of course. We want your thoughts as well here, because come on, 3 books, one on his way. So please go ahead. What did you think of today? And of course, if anyone else would like to have a word, just raise a hand and or open your camera, turn on your camera, whatever you want. Just raise your hand and we can have a sum up session.
Brilliant. I think if you close that slide down, Maria, then we get a chance to see lots of faces on the screen rather than just purely along the bottom rung, I think, potentially.
Which one do you want?
So just if you stop sharing, as it were.
Sorry, absolutely sorry for that.
Stop sharing, that's it, and then we can see lots of pictures on there. Well, a lot more than we already do. Splendid, excellent. So we've had lots of different perspectives, lots of different organisations involved, and I think that is so important. You start sharing things backwards and forwards. So I'll just sort of open it up really to any of our presenters there. Any sort of thoughts, anything that's really grabbed you from other people's presentations that have really made you think, oh yeah, that's interesting. That's something I want to hear more of in another conversation sometime. Any of you can.
Yeah, I can maybe just share, a couple of thoughts. I think it was a really good idea to invite people from different industries into this event. That was very beneficial to see the examples of the engines and cars, automotive industry. These samples were very valuable. So thank you for that. And for Kaunas, I think we will be acquiring some of those sensors that they used in the shopping malls. That's the first reaction. That was really impressive. The tracking, the mood, and those things.
Actually, I have to say it was Ian's idea to attract more people from different industries. Sorry, Ian. It was Ian's idea, and but also it was Ian's connections. So yeah, Ian, thank you so much for that. Excellent idea. I very much agree. it is not great all the time because we are coming from construction company. I think it's not nice every time to hear about from the same people about what digital twin is and what digital twin is. So yes, Ian had this idea of bringing people from different industries so they can actually inspire us and they can, trigger our imagination of what can we think, what will be the next step. JJ, you would like to share something, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Maria. There's three things that comes from this session to me. The first one is the sharing. I think we don't do enough of this, to be honest with you. But what I found is when we do it, we all find it extremely informative. And I agree, the more you can cross it across industry, the better the learning. Because what someone learns in one industry and can give it guidance to someone else, there's always some. It's the same thing. We just tackle it from a different area, I would guess. So from a sharing, Ian and Maria, well done. I think setting something like this together is not an easy task, and it's really for us participating in it. It's an honor. Then the other thing that comes to mind is I think sometimes we overthink things. We want it to be perfect before we start, and I think this is the biggest flaw that I see within the whole world from a digitalization, digital twin. You have to just start, and it's easy for me to say just have to start, but you're going to bump your roads, and this is where the agile component comes in as well. Then you turn and you go in another direction, I would guess. So that associated with people, which we've just heard, it's really inspiring. And then what I got personally out of this session is around data science. I haven't really unlocked that yet because there's so much to do in the beginning because there's so many low-hanging fruit that keeps you so busy. But I honestly believe you need to think of how do you bring in the data science angle, because that is actually where you move the dial. I mean, the low-hanging fruits is moving the dial in the beginning, but you need to figure out, and that ties back to skills and people and systems and all of those kind of things. It's a different language that you need to bring into the business. And so all I can do is thanks to all the presenters around that topic as well. But I think well run. Yes, we had the glitches with Teams, but that's nothing compared to what we've learned from this. So I just want to say thank you and well done.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe I can continue on that line. That it was really wonderful. I agree with all the comments that this was a very nice environment for us to share and learn from each other. And I also agree with the comment of JJ that we are so much perfectionist and it takes so long for us to start doing. I see so many times that we are waiting for a perfect platform so we can build our digital twins. The success is not building the digital twin. It will be success when we will build it, but on the way, whatever we learn towards using data, understanding each other, building a common language, getting more stakeholders in and discussing and changing our decision makings, and many more things. That is more valuable than having a digital twin of X asset. I also want to point out that Alison's presentation about reminding us that what the future is expecting from us to do and how we can really guide the next generation to do more, but not only for themselves, for this world really. And I want to emphasize that. We are doing engineering problems. We are trying to solve engineering problems. But the reason why we became engineers are because we wanted to help the world to be a better place. So we should not lose the track of that really. Thank you all again.
Thank you so much.
I think underlining that sort of getting started point there, it's a thing in the military that we use as an acronym, but one of the first parts of that military acronym is concurrent activity. Is, if you can get on with something, get on with it. Yes, okay, we need a strategy, we need a plan, but we can't just sit there for 2 or 3 months writing a strategy or a plan. We've got to get on with something. And I find actually, maybe it's because I'm impatient and excited about what the potentials are out there. I get massively frustrated when I sit in on standards committees, and I sit in with a lot of the strategy organisations that we have in the UK around digital twins and BIM. And to me, nothing seems to be happening. It is happening. People are writing strategies, but it's kind of just stop playing around with a spreadsheet, stop writing a new document. Let's get on with something. Let's tap in on the passion and the excitement that's going on here and really make it work, rather than just sitting and waiting for somebody else to tell us what to do. I think, you know, perhaps that's just the impatience in me, but I feel so passionate about just enjoying this whole moving into the future with data and digital and making the world a better place. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox now.
I absolutely agree. Now, Yanni, you can be yourself. It's not many of us today, so you can, you know, express yourself casually. It's okay. So yeah, this is great, because also Alison, and this is what I put Alison at the end of the presentations, because you know, to give the future optimistic look, how we would like our children to be, how can we help them, and how can we have more engineers, not from the universities, but now from schools. And Alison is also working, having this social business on her own. She works with many industries like Mott MacDonald, WSP, Lenko, and these are some small of this, a few of the businesses I can think of. And of course, with universities like KTU, Kaunas Technological University, University of Cambridge, and Heriot-Watt University of Edinburgh. So many business, so many people are trying to help students to become better and better for the future. And I would like, from my side, I don't know if anyone else would like to share anything, or there is something more that you would like to share with us, or anything else, anything that you have in mind, either from the today's presenters or from the today's attendees. If there is not anything that you would like to add, now is the right time.
I think if nothing else comes in on the chat, I think that the key thing here is that we keep this conversation going, and that whether we set up a LinkedIn group or whether we just join together on somewhere, is not to stop talking and sharing ideas. It's all great. You come to a presentation, a conference, and you go, hey, this is fantastic. And then the conversation stops for another year. And then we get back together again and go, hey, fantastic. But it's loads of stuff all the way through that we've got to get involved in and keep the conversation rolling. So as there, you know, there aren't that many more bits and bobs going on in there. A couple of things really to think about for everybody on the call and out there as well is, one, do come and find us on LinkedIn. At some point, we're there. Come and find us in the academy. There's lots of good conversations going on in there. Come and find us on Bentley Institute and some of the outreach we've got to the academia world, because there is so much going on in there. On the COMIT front, come and find us on the productivity seminars. They're free to attend. You'll see them on pretty much most Fridays. Make sure you bring a beer, because that's the whole point, is to relax and enjoy and work out what's going on. And also that don't forget to have a look at the Bentley website and get yourself along to the UN Infrastructure 2020. Obviously, it's all virtual at the moment, so it's so you're not having to fly across the world and stay in a big hotel and get lots of food and everything for free, which is a bit of a pity. But what I suggest we do is we get online sessions, pick out the bits that really drive things forward, and never stop learning. So what I just want to do is I'll wrap up today to say thank you very much, every single one of our presenters. You have been fantastic. I have learned a massive amount. Thank you, Maria, for being not only my co-chair for the day, but also for organising this. I mean, I know you said, oh, you know, Ian organised. No, Maria did the hard work here.
No, please no, because it really it was a failure. No, Ian, don't say that, please. No, it wasn't me on the technical part, please. It wasn't me on the technical part.
I just step in and take the glory at the end. So that's my
Okay, yeah. Take it.
Lovely. So other than that, thank you very much, all of you, for spending today with us, whatever parts of the day you can spare. It's been really good. Let's continue that conversation, and we will see you either at UN Infrastructure, at the COMIT events, or at another Digital Twin Awareness event in the future. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.